So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and I really welcome all of you to this channel, Cosmic Harry. Today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter awakens a second scar that connected him to an ancient power that was older than magic itself. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also, if you haven't pressed that bell notification to all, so please press that so whenever I upload new video you get the notification first. So yeah, now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The risked the hottest summer in Little Winging's recorded history, and Harry Potter was lying on his back in a flower bed, staring at the sky through half-closed eyes, thinking about a dead boy. Not thinking, exactly. More like replaying, the green flash, the thud, Cedric's open eyes still surprised as if death had been rude enough to interrupt him mid-sentence. Harry had the memory on a loop, had worn it smooth like a stone in a river, and yet it never lost its edge. Every time he circled back to it, it cut fresh. "Boy," Vernon Dursley's voice came from somewhere inside the house, muffled by double-glazed windows and the general thickness of the man himself. Harry didn't move. He'd been lying in the flower bed for the better part of an hour, ostensibly weeding, actually doing nothing at all. The soil was warm and dry against his back. The petunias Aunt Petunia had bullied into blooming smelled faintly sweet and chemical. A bee drifted past his ear. "Boy," Harry closed his eyes all the way. He'd been back at Privet Drive for 3 weeks. 3 weeks of nothing. No letters from Dumbledore. Brief, useless notes from Ron and Hermione, "Can't say much, stay safe, we miss you," that told him precisely nothing about what was happening in the world he actually belonged to. Voldemort was back. Cedric was dead. And Harry was lying in a flower bed in Surrey pulling weeds for people who hated him. The back door slammed open. Uncle Vernon's shadow fell across him like an eclipse. "Are you deaf? I've been calling you for 5 minutes." Harry opened one eye. Vernon stood above him, face the particular shade of purple that meant he was working himself up to something. His mustache bristled. His tiny eyes were piggy with irritation. "I was weeding," Harry said. "You were lying about doing nothing, which is all you ever do. Get up. Petunia needs the garden hose untangled before the Masons come for dinner." Harry sat up slowly. Dirt clung to the back of his shirt. "The Masons again? Don't start, and don't you dare pull any of your freakishness tonight. You'll be in your room, silent, invisible. Are we clear?" "Crystal." Vernon's eyes narrowed. He seemed to be searching for sarcasm, found it, but couldn't quite figure out how to punish something that technically sounded polite. He settled for a vague, threatening noise and waddled back inside. Harry stood, brushed the soil off his jeans, and went to untangle the garden hose. It was a task that should have taken 5 minutes but took 20 because Dudley had apparently used it as some kind of lasso and knotted it around the garden tap in a way that defied basic geometry. Harry worked at it with his fingers, mind drifting, the afternoon heat pressing down on his skull like a hand. He thought about Sirius. Somewhere out there, his godfather was doing something. For the Order, whatever the Order was doing, which nobody would tell Harry about. He thought about Hermione's last letter. "Please don't do anything rash, Harry." As if he could do anything at all. He was stuck here, useless, while Voldemort gathered strength and people he loved put themselves in danger. The anger was always there now. Low and constant like a hum in his chest. It had been there since the graveyard. Since he'd grabbed Cedric's body and pulled him through the portkey and landed in front of a cheering crowd that didn't know yet that the world had cracked open. He yanked the hose free with more force than necessary. Water sputtered from the nozzle, soaking his trainers. He swore under his breath and turned the tap off. His left wrist ached. That was new, or not new exactly. It had been doing it on and off for days, a dull throb along the inside of his wrist where a thin, pale mark ran about 2 inches across his skin. He'd had it as long as he could remember. Aunt Petunia had once told him, with the disgusted disinterest she applied to everything about him, that he'd had it since they found him on the doorstep. Some kind of birthmark. Lord knows what your mother got up to. Harry rubbed his wrist absently. The mark was barely visible, a thin line slightly raised like a very old scar that had mostly faded. He'd never thought much about it. He had a much more famous scar to worry about. But lately it had been prickling, not like the lightning bolt scar, which burned with Voldemort's emotions like a sadistic mood ring. This was different, deeper. It felt less like pain and more like a vibration, like pressing your hand against a speaker playing music too low to hear. He shook his wrist out and went inside. The Dursleys' dinner party that evening was exactly the kind of excruciating affair Harry had learned to endure through sheer dissociation. He sat in his room with the door closed, listening to the muffled sounds of Vernon's booming laugh and Petunia's shrill social voice, and Dudley's monosyllabic grunts as he hoovered up whatever elaborate meal had been prepared. Hedwig dozed in her cage. Harry lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling and felt the walls close in, inch by inch. At 9:30, the Masons left. Harry heard the front door close, the car pulling away, and then the particular silence that meant the Dursleys were satisfied and would leave him alone for the night. He rolled onto his side and looked out the window. The street was empty. The orange glow of street lamps made everything look flat and artificial, like a photograph of someone else's life. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was planning. Somewhere out there, people were fighting. And Harry was here in this small room, in this small house, on this small street, doing nothing. His wrist throbbed. Harry held it up to the light. The mark was. Was it darker than usual? He squinted. It was hard to tell in the dim light from the street lamp outside. He reached for his wand on the bedside table, then stopped. Underage magic. The Ministry would have his head. He leaned closer to the window, tilting his wrist into the orange light. The mark was definitely darker. What had been a faint silvery line was now a visible groove in his skin, the color of a bruise that hadn't decided what shade to be yet. As he watched, the skin around it seemed to pulse, a subtle movement barely there, like a vein beating too close to the surface. "What the hell?" Harry muttered. He pressed his thumb against the mark. A jolt went through him, not painful, not quite, but vast, like leaning over the edge of a cliff and feeling vertigo pull at your stomach. For a half-second he felt as though the room had dropped away beneath him and he was hanging in empty space, surrounded by something immense and dark and alive. Then it passed. He was back in his room. His thumb was on his wrist. His heart was hammering. "Okay," he said to no one. "That's new." Hedwig clicked her beak softly in her cage. Harry looked at her. She was watching him with amber eyes that seemed, in the dim light, unusually intent. "I'm fine," he told her. She clicked her beak again, skeptical. Harry pulled his hand away from the mark and lay back down. Sleep was a long time coming, and when it did, he dreamed of corridors, not the Ministry corridor he'd been seeing all summer, but something older, something carved from stone so ancient it had forgotten it was ever part of a mountain. He walked through them barefoot, and the floor hummed beneath his feet like a living thing, and at the end of the last corridor there was a door made of light, and behind the door something was breathing, and it knew his name. He woke to Dudley pounding on his door. "Mum says get up, you've got chores." Harry lay still for a moment, heart racing, the dream clinging to him like cobwebs. His wrist was throbbing steadily now, a heartbeat all its own. He pressed his palm over it and felt the vibration hum against his hand, stronger than yesterday. He got up. The morning passed in the usual drudgery. He cleaned the kitchen. He swept the front walk. He weeded the back garden properly this time, under Petunia's watchful eye from the kitchen window. The July sun hammered down. He hadn't eaten breakfast. He'd learned by now that the Dursleys' tolerance was more reliable if he didn't remind them. He existed by doing things like eating their food. And by noon, he was lightheaded and slightly nauseated. He was on his knees in the garden, pulling at a stubborn root, when a shadow fell over him. "Oi, Potter!" Harry looked up. Dudley stood at the back gate with three of his mates, Piers Polkiss, Dennis, and Malcolm. They had the loose, dangerous energy of bored teenagers with too much summer and not enough supervision. Dudley had a can of something in his hand, energy drink, by the look of it, and the others were arrayed behind him in that unconscious V formation that bullies adopted when they smelled weakness. "Busy," Harry said, and went back to pulling the root. "We're going to the park," Dudley said. "You should come." This was so unexpected that Harry actually paused. Dudley had never in 15 years invited Harry anywhere. He looked up again. Dudley's face was doing something complicated. There was the usual mean amusement, but underneath it something else. Calculation. His mates were grinning. "I'm busy," Harry said again. "Mum said you've got to go out," Dudley said. "She doesn't want you lurking about the house, so come on." This was almost certainly a lie, but Harry could hear Petunia's voice drifting from the open kitchen window. She was on the phone, one of her interminable gossip calls, and the prospect of staying on his knees in this garden for another 3 hours was suddenly unbearable. He stood up. "Fine." They walked. Harry trailed a few paces behind the group, which suited everyone. Piers kept glancing back at him with that ferretish smirk he'd perfected over years of being Dudley's most devoted satellite. Dennis and Malcolm were talking about someone at school who'd done something apparently hilarious involving a fire extinguisher. Dudley led the way with the heavy confidence of a boy who'd never been challenged on his own territory. The park was a scrubby rectangle of worn grass and broken playground equipment on Magnolia Crescent. A few younger kids scattered when Dudley's group arrived. They settled onto the swings and the low wall by the roundabout, and Harry leaned against the fence at the edge, arms crossed, watching. "So Potter," Piers said, swinging lazily. "Dudley says you go to some school for criminal boys, that true?" "St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys," Harry recited. It was the cover story the Dursleys had been running for years. "Yeah, I'm very dangerous." "Don't look dangerous," Malcolm said. "That's how I get you. Element of surprise." Piers snorted. Dudley, who had planted himself on the roundabout like a territorial hippo, was watching Harry with that calculating expression again. "Tell them what you really do at that school," he said. Harry went still. "What? Go on, tell them about your weird stuff." "Dudley." Harry's voice was flat, a warning. "He does magic," Dudley told his mates, and the word magic came out with a kind of sneering glee. "Actual magic, waves a little stick around, talks to snakes. The whole family's freaks. His mum and dad were freaks too before they got themselves blown up." The air in Harry's lungs went very cold. "Dudley, shut up." "What?" "It's true, isn't it?" Dudley heaved himself off the roundabout. "Big scary wizard. Can't even do anything outside of school without getting in trouble. Some wizard." Piers and the others were laughing, uncertain, sensing they'd wandered into territory they didn't fully understand, but following Dudley's lead because that was what they did. Harry's fists were clenched at his sides. The anger that had been humming in his chest for 3 weeks was rising, filling his throat hot and tight. "Prove it," Piers said, grinning. "Do a trick." "He can't," Dudley said. "He's not allowed. That's the best part. He's got this whole secret power thing and he can't even use it. Pathetic, really." "I said shut up." "Or what, going to curse me?" Dudley took a step closer. He was a full head taller than Harry and twice as wide, and he used his body the way he always did, as a weapon of proximity, of looming. "Going to pull out your little stick? Go ahead. I know you can't. I know you're nothing here." The thing in Harry's wrist pulsed. Not a throb this time. A pulse, sharp, electric, like a second heart kicking to life. Harry gasped and grabbed his wrist instinctively. The pain, if it was pain, raced up his arm and into his chest and then out through his whole body in a wave that made his vision blur and the world tilt sideways. "What's wrong with him?" someone said, far away. Harry was on his knees. He didn't remember falling. The ground was hard under his kneecaps and his left arm was shaking and the mark on his wrist was burning. A clean white burn like holding your hand in sunlight concentrated through a magnifying glass. He pulled his sleeve back and stared. The mark was opening. The thin line on his wrist was splitting apart like a seam, and from inside it, from beneath his skin, light was pouring out. Not golden light, not white light, something that didn't have a color or had all of them, or existed in a spectrum the human eye could sense but not name. It spilled from the crack in his skin like liquid, running down his fingers, dripping onto the dry grass, and where it touched the ground, the grass grew, shot up green and wild, 6 inches in a heartbeat, then a foot, thick and lush and impossibly alive. "What the F?" Piers stumbled backward off the swing. Harry couldn't speak. The light was climbing up his arm now, racing along his veins like fire along a fuse, and inside him something was unfolding, something enormous, something that had been coiled very tight in a very small space for a very long time and was now stretching, waking, breathing. He could feel the park. Not see it, feel it. Every blade of grass, every insect, every molecule of air. He could feel the roots of the ancient oak at the park's edge drinking from the water table 30 feet below. He could feel the electromagnetic pulse of Dudley's digital watch. He could feel the planet turning, the slow, majestic roll of it, and beyond that the sun's nuclear furnace, and beyond that the vast, cold, singing emptiness between the stars. He could feel everything, and everything could feel him. The playground equipment began to rattle. The swings jerked on their chains. The roundabout spun slowly, then faster, then screamed on its rusted axis. The fence behind Harry vibrated like a struck tuning fork. The street lamps along Magnolia Crescent popped one by one, not burning out but overloading, throwing showers of sparks into the afternoon air. Dudley and his friends ran. Harry saw them go, Dudley's thick legs pumping, Piers's ferrety face white with terror, and couldn't find it in himself to care. The light from his wrist had reached his chest now, and he felt it hit his heart, and his heart answered, beating in a rhythm that wasn't human, wasn't even biological, something far older and more fundamental, the rhythm of things coming into being and passing away, the pulse of existence itself. The oak tree at the park's edge groaned. Its branches, summerful and heavy, reached upward, not swaying, reaching like arms stretching after long sleep. Its trunk swelled. New bark cracked and formed. In the space of 10 seconds, the tree aged 100 years and grew 30 feet, its canopy spreading until it shaded half the park in sudden green darkness. Harry screamed. Not in pain, in overwhelm. There was too much input, too much power, too much everything. He felt like a glass trying to hold the ocean. He felt like a wire carrying the current of a lightning bolt. He felt himself beginning to come apart, his sense of self dissolving into the flood of raw, ancient, impossible energy pouring through the crack in his wrist. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The light snapped back into his wrist like a rubber band. The mark sealed itself, still dark, still visible, but closed. The vibration ceased. The world went quiet. Harry was kneeling on the grass, breathing in huge, ragged gulps, his left hand pressed flat against the ground, which was warm and humming faintly beneath his palm. The park was transformed. The grass was knee-high and impossibly green. The oak tree towered overhead, a cathedral of branches. Every flower in the scrubby beds along the path had exploded into riotous bloom, roses and daisies and things that definitely didn't grow in Surrey, tropical-looking blossoms in colors that shouldn't exist in England, their perfume so thick it was almost visible. The broken swing set had been half swallowed by climbing vines. Harry stared at his wrist. The mark was there, darker than before, a definite scar now, not a birthmark, a thin line of deep indigo against his skin. It didn't hurt. It felt warm, it felt absurdly like it was satisfied. "What?" Harry whispered. "Are you?" No answer. Just the warm hum against his skin and the faint sense of something vast and patient, something that had waited a very long time and was content to wait a little longer. He got to his feet. His legs were unsteady. His vision was still strange. He could see in impossible detail, every leaf on the giant oak individually distinct, every insect in the grass a vivid point of life. It faded slowly, like a camera adjusting back to normal exposure, and after a minute the world looked ordinary again, mostly, except for the park, which looked like it had been carpet-bombed by the Royal Horticultural Society. Harry looked down at his hands. They looked normal. They felt normal. But inside something had shifted. A door had opened that couldn't be closed, and through it came a constant, gentle current of something that wasn't magic, or wasn't only magic, or was magic in the same way that a bonfire and the sun were both technically fire. He had to get back to the house. He had to think. He had to. The crack of apparition split the air behind him. Harry spun, reaching instinctively for the wand in his back pocket, and then froze. Two people stood at the edge of the park. One was Nymphadora Tonks, her hair a vivid shade of pink, her wand out and her expression caught between shock and professional alertness. The other was Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and dark and radiating the kind of controlled intensity that came from years of Auror training. His wand was also out. His eyes were on Harry. "Potter," Kingsley said. His deep voice was very calm. "Are you injured?" Number Tonks was staring at the oak tree. "Watcher, Harry, what the bloody hell happened to this park?" "I don't know. You don't know." "I don't know how to explain it. Something, my wrist." Harry held it up. The mark was visible, dark against his skin. Something happened. Kingsley and Tonks exchanged a look. Something passed between them, a communication Harry couldn't read. Kingsley's expression didn't change, but something around his eyes tightened. "We need to move," Kingsley said. "Now, before the Muggles come to investigate." He glanced at the destroyed street lamps, the jungle that had eaten the playground. "Tonks, Obliviation team, full sweep of the street. I'll take Harry." "Kingsley, what's now, Tonks?" She went, casting one more stunned look at the park over her shoulder. Kingsley turned to Harry and put a hand on his shoulder, firm, steadying. "We're going to Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore is already on his way." "How does Dumbledore already?" "Because the monitoring charms on this house have been screaming for the last 4 minutes. Every sensor we placed went off at once. Whatever you just did, Harry, it registered on instruments that aren't designed to measure what they measured." Kingsley's calm cracked just slightly, and beneath it Harry glimpsed something that might have been awe or fear. "Albus said the readings were impossible. He said they looked like the signature of the Big Bang." Harry stared at him. "I need to get my things, my trunk, Hedwig, already being handled. Hestia Jones is at the house. Come." Kingsley held out his arm for side-along apparition. Harry gripped it, his head still spinning, the scar on his wrist pulsing gently with that strange, warm, patient rhythm. The world twisted, compressed, and went dark. Grimmauld Place materialized around him like a headache, dark-paneled walls, the smell of dust and old magic, the mutter of the gas lamps. Harry stumbled on the landing and Kingsley caught his arm. "Steady." The hallway was empty, but Harry could hear voices from the kitchen below, urgent, overlapping, the sound of people trying to talk over each other in a room too small for the conversation. Kingsley steered him toward the stairs. "Kitchen. They're waiting." They descended. The kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, was crowded. Arthur Weasley stood by the stove, his face tight with worry. Molly was beside him, gripping a dishcloth as though she might strangle it. Sirius was pacing. Harry's heart lurched at the sight of him, back and forth in front of the fireplace, looking thinner and more drawn than the last time Harry had seen him, his dark eyes burning with nervous energy. Remus Lupin sat at the table, hands folded, very still, very watchful. Moody was in the corner, both eyes, magical and mundane, fixed on the door as Harry came through it. And at the head of the table, Albus Dumbledore sat with his hands steepled, and an expression Harry had never seen on his face before. It wasn't the usual twinkle-eyed serenity. It wasn't the grave seriousness of crisis. It was something rawer, a look of genuine, visible shock, barely mastered, like a man who'd had the foundations of his understanding kicked out from under him and was trying to stay standing through sheer force of dignity. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "sit down, please." "I'd rather stand." The words came out harder than Harry intended, or maybe exactly as hard as he intended. He was tired of sitting down when told, tired of being managed. Sirius stopped pacing. "Harry, I'm fine, Sirius." "You don't look fine, you look like you've been through a—" "I said I'm fine." Harry's voice cut the room. Several people flinched. It had come out with a resonance that wasn't entirely normal, a depth, a weight, as if the air itself had thickened around his words. Harry noticed it, so did everyone else. Silence. Dumbledore's eyes were on Harry's wrist. "May I see it?" Harry hesitated, then crossed the room and held out his left arm. Dumbledore leaned forward. Up close, the old man's face was more drawn than Harry had realized. He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. Blue eyes studied the dark line on Harry's wrist, and Harry watched those eyes widen a fraction, then narrow, then widen again. "How long has this been changing?" "A few days, maybe a week. It used to look like a birthmark." "It is not a birthmark." "Yeah, I got that." Dumbledore sat back. He looked around the room and Harry saw him make a decision, saw the politician in him calculate what to share and what to withhold. "No," Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. "I beg your pardon. Number whatever you're about to do, the half answer, that you'll understand when you're older." the careful edited version. Number I just had my arm split open and pour light all over a public park. A tree grew 100 years in 10 seconds. Street lamps exploded. Kingsley said your sensors read it like the bloody Big Bang. Harry's voice was steady and he was vaguely surprised by that because inside he was trembling. You're going to tell me what's happening. All of it right now. The room was very quiet. Molly looked like she wanted to object. Arthur put a hand on her arm. Sirius said quietly, "Tell him, Albus." Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Then he nodded once slowly. "Very well. Please understand, Harry, that what I am about to tell you is not something I withheld out of cruelty. I withheld it because I was not certain it was relevant, because the probability of what has happened was, by every estimation I could make, astronomically small. Get to the point." Another flicker of something on Dumbledore's face, not anger, closer to respect. "The scar on your forehead was made by a curse. Dark magic specifically targeted, leaving a connection between you and Voldemort. You know this. What you do not know is that you carry a second scar. One that was not made by any curse. One that was not made by any wizard." Dumbledore paused. He seemed to be choosing his next words with extraordinary care. "There is a force, Harry, that exists beneath magic. Not alongside it, not separate from it, beneath it, in the way that bedrock exists beneath soil. Magic, as we practice it, as we study it, as we understand it, is a surface phenomenon. It is real, it is powerful, but it is, and I say this with full awareness of how it sounds, it is superficial. A topsoil. Beneath it lies something older. Older than wizardry, older than humanity, older than life on this planet. The oldest texts we have, fragments, really scraps salvaged from civilizations that were ancient when Egypt was young, call it by many names. The fundament, the first breath, the root beneath the root. And I'm connected to it. You are, through that scar. We believe, and I use we loosely, as the number of living people who know about the fundament could be counted on your fingers, we believe you were born with the connection. It was dormant, sealed perhaps by your mother's sacrifice, which may have done more than protect you from Voldemort. It may have locked away something that your infant body was not prepared to channel. And now it's unlocked. Something has triggered an awakening, yes, perhaps the trauma of the graveyard, perhaps the proximity to Voldemort's resurrected form, perhaps simply the fact that you are growing into your power and the seal could not hold forever. Dumbledore's voice was level, academic, but his eyes told a different story. They were afraid. What you did in that park, Harry, what you channeled through that scar, is not magic as I understand it. It is not magic as anyone alive understands it. It is something far more fundamental, the raw creative energy of existence itself. Harry absorbed this. The room watched him absorb it. He could feel their eyes, worried, frightened, fascinated, and underneath their stares he could feel the hum in his wrist, steady and patient, like a river running deep underground. "You knew," he said, not a question. "You knew about the mark, you knew what it might be. I suspected. When you arrived as an infant with 2 scars rather than 1, you suspected for 14 years and never thought to mention it. Harry, what if it had woken up when I was 11? When I was alone at the Dursleys, with no idea what magic even was? What if it had happened when no one was watching? What if it had?" He stopped. The anger was back, filling his chest, and this time it brought the power with it. The gas lamps in the kitchen flared. The dishes on the drying rack rattled. A glass on the table cracked neatly down the middle with a sharp tink. Everyone except Dumbledore flinched. "Harry, mate," Ron's voice. Harry turned. Ron was standing in the doorway with Hermione, both of them in pajamas, both of them wide-eyed. They'd clearly been woken by the commotion and come down. Ron's hair was sticking up in 16 directions. Hermione had a book clutched to her chest like a shield, because of course she did. Something in Harry loosened at the sight of them. The gas lamps dimmed back to normal. The rattling stopped. "Hey," Harry said. "Hey yourself," Ron said. "Are you what's—" He looked around the room, read the tension, and his jaw tightened. He crossed the kitchen in 4 strides and stood next to Harry, shoulder to shoulder, not asking questions, just being there. Hermione was right behind him. "Harry, your wrist, there's something." She could see the scar visible below his pushed-up sleeve, and her eyes were doing the thing they did when she encountered a problem she couldn't immediately categorize. Rapid-fire analysis, cross-referencing, searching for the file in her mental library. That's not any form of cursed scar I've read about. The coloration is wrong. Looks almost like Hermione, Harry said gently. It's something new. She closed her mouth, opened it again, closed it, then nodded once sharply and took up position on his other side. Harry turned back to Dumbledore. The anger was still there, but the presence of his friends had banked it to something manageable, something that sharpened his thinking instead of clouding it. What else aren't you telling me? Dumbledore sighed. It was a very old sound. There are others who know about the fundament. An organization, ancient, secretive, extremely dangerous. They call themselves the Custodians. Their purpose, as they define it, is to ensure that the fundament is never accessed, never channeled, never wielded by any individual. They have enforced this purpose for millennia. They are not dark wizards, Harry. Many of them would consider themselves righteous, but they are ruthless and they are thorough, and they will become aware of what happened in Little Winging very soon if they are not aware already. And when they become aware, they will come for you. The words hung in the air. Molly made a small, distressed sound. Sirius had gone very still by the fireplace. Let them come, Harry said. Harry, Dumbledore began. No, seriously, let them. Harry held up his left hand. The scar was dark and quiet, but he could feel it, the immensity behind it, the fathomless depth of the power coiled just on the other side of that thin line of skin. I've spent my whole life being hunted by one thing or another. Voldemort, Dementors, a bloody basilisk. Every year something comes for me, and every year I survive with scraps and luck and friends brave enough to stand next to me. He looked at Ron, at Hermione. But this, whatever this is, it's not scraps. It's not luck. For the first time in my life I've got something real, something big, and I am done being afraid. This isn't something you can just, Moody growled from his corner. Mad-Eye, Harry looked at him. Moody's magical eye spun wildly as if it couldn't quite fix on Harry, as if whatever it was seeing kept shifting and changing and being too much. I watched Cedric die. I dueled Voldemort in a graveyard and survived by blind luck. I'm 15 years old and I've seen more dark magic than most Aurors, so don't tell me what I can and can't handle. Moody stared at him. Then slowly, the old Auror nodded. Something that might have been approval flickered across his scarred face. The boy's got spine, he said to no one in particular. Always did. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long, measuring moment. Whatever he was looking for, he seemed to find it. Very well. I will tell you everything I know about the fundament. It is not much, true knowledge of it is fragmentary at best, but I will hold nothing back. And the custodians. I will reach out to certain contacts. We need to know their current disposition, their leadership, their intentions toward you. This will take time. Fine. While you're doing that, I want to train. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Train. Whatever this is, it nearly ripped me apart in that park. I could feel it, too much power, not enough control. I need to learn to handle it. I need to learn what it can do. Harry flexed his left hand. And I'm not going to learn by sitting in a kitchen being talked at. He's right, Sirius said. Everyone looked at him. He was leaning against the mantelpiece, arms crossed, and his thin face was alight with something fierce and proud. You can't prepare him by keeping him in a box, Albus. You never could. Dumbledore looked between Godfather and Godson. A faint, tired smile crossed his face, the first real expression Harry had seen from him tonight. No, he said quietly. I never could. He stood, and the weight of his years was visible in the effort. Very well. We begin tomorrow. Alistair, I'll need the third floor cleared, the large room with the reinforced walls. Moody grunted. I'll get it done. Arthur, please contact the Weasley children. If Grimmauld Place is to be a base of operations, we'll need all hands. Molly, I know this is not what you wanted for. Don't tell me what I wanted, Albus. Molly's voice was tight, but her eyes were on Harry and they were wet and fierce. I wanted that boy safe. If safe means this, then this is what we do. Harry felt a lump in his throat. He swallowed it. People began to move. The kitchen filled with the purposeful bustle of plans being made, tasks being assigned. Kingsley and Moody conferred in low voices. Arthur headed for the fireplace. Molly began with the determined automaticity of a woman who processed stress through food to make sandwiches. Ron leaned close to Harry. So just to make sure I've got this straight, you've got a second scar that connects you to the fundamental force of the universe, and there's an ancient secret society that wants to kill you for it, and this is in addition to the dark wizard who already wants to kill you. That's about the size of it, yeah. Brilliant. Normal summer, then. Harry almost laughed. Pretty much. Hermione was chewing her lip. Harry, the things Dumbledore said about the fundament, a force beneath magic older than life on Earth, that's not in any book I've ever read. And I've read a lot of books, yeah. I've read a lot of books. If this is real, if it's documented anywhere, it would have to be in restricted collections, possibly in the Black Family Library. Her eyes slid toward the ceiling, toward the upper floors. There's a library on the second floor. I've been cataloging it. Of course you have. Some of the texts are in languages I don't recognize. Precuneiform, possibly. If there's anything about the fundament, find it, Harry said. Anything you can. I need to understand what I'm dealing with. She nodded, already mentally reorganizing her research priorities, and headed for the door. She paused on the threshold. Harry, yeah, I'm glad you're okay. She said it simply, sincerely, without the frantic worry that usually accompanied her concern. Then she was gone, footsteps quick on the stairs. Ron was still standing next to him. You are okay, right? Actually okay, not just I'm saying I'm okay so people stop asking okay. Harry considered this honestly. I don't know, something's different. Inside, it's like. He searched for the words. You know when you've been in a small room for a long time and then you walk outside and the sky is enormous and it's almost too much space. It's like that, but it's inside me. There's this vastness, and it's not going away. Ron was quiet for a moment. Does it hurt? Number, it's warm, it feels. Harry hesitated. It feels like it belongs. Then we'll figure it out. Ron said it the way he said most important things, simply, without drama, with the quiet certainty that characterized the best of him. We always do. The kitchen was clearing out. Sirius caught Harry's eye from across the room and jerked his head toward the hall. Harry followed him out. They climbed the stairs in silence. Sirius led him up past the second floor, past the third, to a narrow staircase that ended at a door Harry hadn't noticed before. Sirius pushed it open. The roof of Grimmauld Place, a flat expanse of lead sheeting and chimney pots, warded against Muggle notice, looking out over the rooftops of London. The night sky above was hazy with light pollution, but a few stars still punched through, brave and faint. Sirius sat on the parapet. Harry sat beside him. For a while they didn't talk. The sounds of the city drifted up, a distant siren, the hum of traffic, a fox screaming in someone's garden. The air was warm and smelled of exhaust in summer. Your father would have handled this exactly the way you did, Sirius said finally, by being angry, by refusing to be small. Sirius looked at him. In the dim light, his face was all angles and shadows, gaunt and haunted and alive. James never let anyone make him feel like he didn't belong somewhere. Not Snape, not the Slytherins, not the world. Whatever room he walked into, he made it his. He paused. You've always had that, but tonight down there something shifted. You're not just James's son anymore. You're not just Lily's, you're something new. Does that scare you? Sirius considered this. Terrifies me, he said honestly. But not because of what you might become. Because of what the world does to people who are extraordinary. It tries to use them, or control them, or break them. And you, Harry, he put a hand on Harry's shoulder, bony and warm. You've already survived more breaking than anyone should have to. I don't want this to be more weight. It doesn't feel like weight, Harry said. It feels like the opposite. It feels like all this time I've been walking around with a limb I didn't know I had, and now I can feel it and everything makes more sense. Sirius squeezed his shoulder and let go. Then I'm glad. Whatever it is, however it works, I'm glad. They sat in comfortable silence for a few more minutes. Harry's wrist hummed gently. Above them, the stars shone through the London haze, and Harry, and this was strange, this was impossible, but he was certain of it, felt them shining. Felt the light traveling across the void. Felt each photon as a tiny heartbeat, pulsing with the same rhythm as the scar on his wrist. He held up his left hand, and the starlight seemed to bend toward him, just slightly, just enough to notice, as if the stars were leaning in, curious, welcoming, recognizing something in him that was also in them. Sirius. Yeah, I'm going to be okay. Sirius looked at him, really looked, with the eyes of a man who had survived Azkaban and come out the other side still capable of love, and nodded. Yeah, he said, I think you are. Harry sat on the roof of number 12, Grimmauld Place, and the city hummed below him, and the stars leaned close above, and in his wrist the ancient power pulsed its slow, patient, welcoming pulse, and the night stretched out ahead of him full of danger and mystery and purpose. And for the first time since the graveyard, since Cedric, since the green flash and the open eyes and the world cracking apart, for the first time in a long time, Harry Potter felt something very close to whole. Somewhere far away, in a dark room in a dark house, Lord Voldemort sat bolt upright in his chair, his red eyes wide, his skeletal hand pressed to his chest where something had just shifted, something in the connection between himself and the boy, something fundamental, something that tasted of power so vast it made his own dark magic feel like a candle held up to the sun. For the first time since his resurrection, Voldemort felt a cold, unfamiliar sensation crawl along his spine. Fear. The snake at his feet raised her head, sensing her master's distress, and in the silence of the dark room, Voldemort whispered, "What have you become, Harry Potter?" No one answered, but somewhere deep beneath the surface of reality, in the place where the root beneath the root pulsed with the heartbeat of everything that ever was or would be, something ancient and vast and infinitely patient shifted in its sleep, and smiled. Chapter 2. The root beneath the root. Harry woke to the smell of bacon and the sound of an explosion. The bacon was Molly's doing, drifting up from the kitchen 3 floors below, warm and ordinary and impossibly comforting. The explosion was his. He'd been dreaming again. The stone corridors, the door made of light, the breathing presence behind it, but this time he'd reached for the door, and his hand had passed through it, and the light had rushed into him like a river breaking through a dam, and he'd woken with a gasp and his left hand outstretched and the bedside table simply gone. Not broken, not thrown across the room. Gone. Where it had stood, a circle of floor was scorched clean and faintly warm, and the air smelled of ozone and something else, something older, like rain on hot stone, like the first breath after a long silence. Ron in the bed across the room was sitting bolt upright, covers clutched to his chest, staring at the empty space where the table had been. Harry, yeah, where's the table? I don't know. It was there when I went asleep. I know, and now it's not. I can see that, Ron. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron, a beat of silence. Then Ron said very calmly, I'm going to need a bigger room. Harry almost choked on a laugh that was half relief and half hysteria. Sorry. I was dreaming and... Don't apologize. Just maybe warn me next time you're going to vaporize the furniture. Ron swung his legs out of bed, stretching. He peered at the scorched circle on the floor with the academic interest of someone who'd grown up with Fred and George and was consequently desensitized to random property destruction. Hermione's going to want to study this. Hermione's going to want to study everything. That's her love language, mate. Come on, I can smell breakfast. They dressed and headed downstairs. The house was already awake. Harry could hear movement on the floors below, voices murmuring, the particular energy of a building full of people with too much to do and not enough information to do it with. As they passed the second floor, the door to the library was open, and Harry caught a glimpse of Hermione inside, surrounded by a fortress of books, her hair wilder than usual, a quill tucked behind each ear. She's been in there since 4 in the morning, Ron said, following his gaze. I heard her get up. Has she found anything? Dunno, but she had that look. The one where her eyes go all. He made a gesture that presumably indicated focused intensity but looked more like someone miming a small explosion near their face. The kitchen was crowded and warm. Molly had mobilized a full breakfast, bacon, eggs, toast, sausages, the works, and people were eating in shifts around the big table. Arthur was reading the Daily Prophet with a creased brow. Ginny sat across from him, eating toast and watching the room with sharp, quiet eyes. Fred and George were in the corner, heads bent together over what looked like a small metal sphere that was emitting faint purple sparks. Sirius was at the stove, helping Molly or attempting to help, which mostly consisted of getting in her way and being told to sit down. He looked better than he had the night before, rested, or at least less haunted. He caught Harry's eye and gave him a nod that was half greeting, half question. "You okay?" Harry nodded back, "I'm okay." He sat down and Molly put a plate in front of him that contained roughly the caloric equivalent of a small horse. "Eat," she said, in a tone that brooked no argument. Harry ate. Ginny slid into the chair next to him. "Ron told me what happened at the park. Ron's got a big mouth. Ron's got an appropriately sized mouth for the magnitude of the information. Harry, you grew a tree 100 years in 10 seconds. I didn't mean to. That's what makes it terrifying and brilliant." "Mostly terrifying." She took a bite of toast. "So what's the plan?" "Training. Dumbledore said we'd start today." Well, I don't think. If you say you don't think it's safe for other people to be around, I'm going to throw this toast at your head." Harry looked at her. Ginny looked back, steady and fierce, her brown eyes daring him to try the noble self-sacrifice routine. He'd seen that look before, in the Department of Mysteries, in the Chamber of Secrets, in every moment where Ginny Weasley had been underestimated and responded by being exactly as dangerous as she felt like being. "I was going to say I don't think Dumbledore's got a curriculum for this," Harry said. Ginny's mouth twitched. "Fair enough." Moody appeared in the doorway. "Potter, 3rd floor, now." Harry shoveled the last of his eggs into his mouth, grabbed a piece of toast for the road, and followed Moody up the stairs. The old Auror climbed with a hitching gait, his wooden leg thunking on each step, but he moved fast for a man who was mostly scar tissue and paranoia. The 3rd floor room had been transformed overnight. The furniture was gone. The walls had been reinforced with what looked like layers of overlapping shield charms. Harry could see them shimmering faintly, a lattice of protective magic covering every surface. The floor had been cleared and cleaned and etched with a series of concentric circles in chalk, radiating out from the center. Dumbledore was already there, standing in the middle of the room, his robes a deep midnight blue. Without the twinkle, without the grandfatherly warmth, he looked like what he was, the most powerful wizard in the world, old and formidable and not entirely certain what he was dealing with. "Good morning, Harry." "Morning. I trust you slept well. I disintegrated a bedside table in my sleep." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, but he didn't look particularly surprised. "Yes. I expected there might be involuntary manifestations. The fundament, from what little I understand, responds to emotional states, particularly during REM sleep, when the conscious mind's filters are lowered." "Great. So I might accidentally unmake the house while dreaming about Quidditch. I would strongly recommend occlumency exercises before bed. The discipline of shielding your mind may help contain unconscious surges." A pause. "I am aware of the irony given our history with that particular subject." Harry remembered Snape's occlumency lessons, the invasion, the humiliation, the feeling of being cracked open like an egg. "I'll manage. So what are we doing?" Dumbledore gestured to the center of the room. "I want to see what you can do, deliberately this time." In the park, the fundament expressed itself reactively, an uncontrolled surge triggered by emotional distress. "I need to understand whether you can access it consciously, and if so, how." Harry walked to the center of the chalk circles. The floor hummed faintly under his feet, the shield charms probably, though there was something else underneath, something deeper, a resonance that answered the pulse in his wrist. "How do I start?" "I honestly don't know. Conventional magical instruction begins with wand movements and incantations, standardized channels for directing magical energy. But the fundament is not conventional magic. It doesn't use channels, it is the channel." Dumbledore studied him. "In the park, what did it feel like? Just before the surge," Harry thought back, the anger, Dudley's taunting, the sense of being small and trapped and helpless, and then the pulse in his wrist and the unfolding and the flood. "It felt like something waking up," he said, "like it had been asleep inside me and my anger rang an alarm." "Then let us try something less catastrophic as a trigger. Close your eyes. Focus on the scar on your wrist. Can you feel it now?" Harry closed his eyes. He didn't even have to look for it. The scar was there in his awareness like a second heartbeat, pulsing gently, warmly. Yes. Describe what you feel. A pulse. Steady. Warm. There's something behind it, something big. Like standing at the edge of the ocean and feeling the depth of it even though you can only see the surface. Good. Now, and I want you to be very careful, try to draw on it, not force it, not demand. Ask. Reach toward it the way you would reach toward a friend. Harry focused. He let his awareness settle on the scar, on the warmth of it, and then he reached, not with his hand, not with his magic, but with something he didn't have a word for. Intention, maybe. Will. The part of him that had always, even before he knew he was a wizard, been able to make things happen when he needed them to. The fundament answered. It came not as a flood this time, but as a tide, rising slowly, filling him incrementally, like warm water rising in a bathtub. His fingertips tingled. His vision sharpened behind closed lids. He could sense the room, every particle of dust in the air, every vibration of the shield charms, the electrical impulses in Dumbledore's brain, the magic flowing through Moody's wooden leg. "Open your eyes," Dumbledore said, and his voice sounded different, layered, resonant, as if Harry could hear not just the words but the thought that formed them and the breath that carried them, and the movement of air molecules disturbed by their passage. Harry opened his eyes. The room had changed, or rather Harry's perception of the room had changed. He could see the shield charms, really see them, not as faint shimmers but as intricate structures of interwoven force, beautiful in their complexity but fragile, so fragile like spiderwebs stretched across a doorway. He could see the magic in Dumbledore's wand, a river of power running through the Elder Wood, ancient and powerful and tame, domesticated magic, trained and channeled and controlled. And beneath it all he could see the fundament. It was everywhere. In the walls, in the floor, in the air, in Dumbledore, in Moody, in the dust motes floating in the shafts of morning light. A vast web of energy, impossibly fine, impossibly dense, underlying everything like the warp threads of a cosmic loom. It wasn't magic. It was what magic was made of. It was what everything was made of. "Harry," Dumbledore's voice was careful. "What do you see?" "Everything," Harry whispered. "I can see everything, the whole structure of it. It's all connected. It's all one thing." "Can you interact with it?" Harry raised his left hand. Slowly, carefully, he pressed his will against the web of fundament energy in the air before him. Not hard, just a touch. The air rippled. Not like heat haze, a physical ripple, a distortion in the fabric of space itself, spreading outward from his hand in concentric circles. Where the ripple passed, things shifted. Dust motes froze in midair. The light bent, sending tiny rainbows cascading across the walls. One of the chalk circles on the floor glowed briefly blue, then subsided. "Remarkable," Dumbledore breathed. "Harry, try something specific, something small. Can you move that?" He pointed to a stone that had been placed on the floor near the wall, a simple gray rock, the size of a fist. Harry looked at the stone. With his fundament-enhanced vision, he could see its internal structure, the crystalline lattice of its minerals, the faint energy that held its atoms together. He reached for it, not with telekinesis, not with a summoning charm, but deeper than that. He touched the fundament threads that ran through the stone and asked them to move. The stone didn't fly across the room. It didn't levitate. It simply was in one place, and then it was in another, in Harry's hand, 3 meters from where it had been, without crossing the intervening space. It hadn't moved. Reality had rearranged itself so that the stone's location was different. Moody, who had been standing silently by the door, said a word that Harry was fairly sure retired Aurors weren't supposed to know. Dumbledore stared at the stone in Harry's hand. His face did something complicated. "That was not teleportation," he said slowly. "That was not apparition. You didn't move the stone through space. You changed where the stone was. Is there a difference?" "The difference is approximately the same as the difference between walking to a destination and rewriting the map so that you are already there." Dumbledore sat down heavily in a chair that Harry was fairly sure hadn't been in the room a moment ago. "Harry, do you understand what you just did?" "Not really. You altered local reality. You changed a fundamental property of a physical object, its position in space, not by applying force but by simply deciding it should be different. Dumbledore's voice was trembling slightly. Harry had never heard Dumbledore's voice tremble. That is not magic, that is something else entirely. Harry looked at the stone. It sat in his palm, warm and ordinary, completely unbothered by its recent impossibility. He set it down on the floor. Let's try something bigger. They trained for 3 hours. Dumbledore, to his credit, adapted quickly, abandoning any pretense of conventional magical instruction, and instead simply presenting Harry with challenges of increasing complexity and watching what happened. Harry moved objects without touching them, not with telekinesis, but with that reality editing trick that made Dumbledore go pale every time. He heated the air in a sphere around his hand until it glowed, then cooled it so fast it crystallized into a ball of ice that steamed in the summer warmth. He pushed his hand against the reinforced wall and felt the shield charms resist, then pushed harder, and the charms didn't break. They unraveled, coming apart strand by strand like knitting snagged on a nail, and the wall behind them cracked and crumbled into powder. Moody swore again when that happened. Dumbledore simply repaired the wall and added more shield charms and said, "Again." The power was intoxicating. Not in a corrupting way. Harry didn't feel drunk or manic or out of control. He felt clear. Every time he reached for the fundament, his mind sharpened, his senses expanded, and the world made more sense, not less. It was like spending your whole life looking at a painting and suddenly being able to see the individual brushstrokes, the layers of color, the artist's intention in every line. But it was also exhausting. By noon, Harry was drenched in sweat and his hands were shaking. The scar on his wrist was blazing with that deep indigo color, vivid against his skin, and the hum in his bones had intensified to a vibration that made his teeth ache. "Enough," Dumbledore said. "You need food and rest." Harry wanted to argue, but his knees chose that moment to buckle. Moody caught his arm with a grip like a steel trap. "Easy, lad. I'm fine. You're about to pass out." "That's not fine in any language." Moody steered him toward the door. "Eat, sleep, we'll go again tomorrow." Harry let himself be guided downstairs, too drained to argue. The kitchen was quiet, most of the order had dispersed to various tasks, but Ron was at the table with a chess set, playing against himself, and he looked up when Harry came in. "You look terrible." "Thanks. I mean it. You look like you've been fighting a dragon. Sit down." Ron shoved a chair out with his foot and produced, from somewhere, a plate of sandwiches that bore Molly's fingerprints. "Mum left these. She said to tell you that if you don't eat all of them, she'll know." Harry sat. He ate 3 sandwiches without tasting them, his body demanding fuel with a desperation that surprised him. The fundament took something out of him, not magic exactly, but energy, raw metabolic energy, as if channeling the fundamental force of reality burned calories like running a marathon. "So," Ron said, moving a knight to threaten his own queen, "how'd it go?" "I can rearrange reality." "Casual." "I also accidentally destroyed a wall." "Less casual." Ron captured his queen with his knight, frowned at the board, and set both pieces back. "Moody looked shaken when he brought you down." "I've never seen Moody look shaken." "I think I scared Dumbledore." Ron looked up from the chess board. "Good, good. Yeah, good. Dumbledore spent the last 14 years making decisions about your life without telling you. About time something happened that put you on even footing." Ron said it without heat, without drama, just a statement of fact from someone who'd been watching the dynamic between Harry and Dumbledore for years and had opinions about it. "You deserve to not be the one playing catch-up for once." Harry stared at his friend. Sometimes Ron's insight ambushed him, coming out of nowhere, landing with precision, cutting straight to the heart of something Harry hadn't been able to articulate. "When did you get wise?" "Always been wise. You just never listen." "Eat your sandwiches." Harry ate his sandwiches. Hermione found them an hour later. She burst into the kitchen with the manic energy of a woman who had been reading for 8 straight hours and had found something important and might actually explode if she didn't share it immediately. Her arms were full of books and scrolls. Her hair had achieved a state of entropy that would have concerned a physicist, and there was ink on her nose. "I found something," she said. dumping the books on the table with a thud that made the chess pieces jump. It's not much. The Black family library is mostly dark arts and pure-blood genealogy, but there was a locked cabinet on the upper shelf, worded in a language I had to cross-reference with 3 different cipher texts, and inside I found this. She held up a scroll. It was old, genuinely old, not the theatrical aging of a prop, but the real, deep antiquity of something that had survived centuries through care and magic and luck. The parchment was thick and yellowed, and the writing on it was small and dense and in a script Harry didn't recognize. What language is that? That's the thing. It's not any language, or rather, it's all of them. The symbols shift depending on who's reading. They reconfigure themselves to be understood by the reader, which is itself an impossible feat of enchantment, unless the scroll isn't enchanted at all, unless the symbols are written in something more fundamental than language. Written in the fundament, Hermione's eyes gleamed. That's my theory. The scroll is titled, or rather it calls itself, because the title appeared when I picked it up, a treatise on the root, by one who has touched it. It's a first-person account, Harry, someone who experienced what you're experiencing, thousands of years ago. She unrolled the scroll on the table carefully, reverently. The symbols on it shimmered and reformed, and Harry could read them, not in English, not in any language, but directly, as if the meaning was being poured into his mind without the intermediary of words. I am the last of the touched, the scroll began. I write this in the shadow of what I have done, knowing it will not be read until the root finds another vessel. If you are reading this, then you have been found as I was found, not chosen, for the root does not choose. It recognizes. It flows toward those whose nature resonates with its own frequency, the way water flows downhill. Not because the valley is worthy, because the valley is shaped to receive it. You will be afraid. You will be right to be afraid. The root is not gentle, it is not kind, it is not cruel. It simply is the foundation upon which everything stands, the first thing that existed, the last thing that will remain. To touch it is to touch the pulse of creation itself. It will change you, not into something else, into more of what you already are. The wizards will fear you. They are right to fear you. Their magic is a candle, you carry the sun, but do not mistake their fear for wisdom. They fear what they cannot control, and they will try to control you, and when they cannot, they will try to destroy you. This is the nature of small things confronted with vastness. The custodians will come. They came for me. They are ancient, older than any wizarding institution, older than wands, older than the very concept of organized magic. They were formed in the first age of humanity, when the root was understood and then deliberately forgot, sealed away by those who feared its power. The custodians are the keepers of that seal. They believe the root should never be touched by mortal hands. They are wrong, but their wrongness is sincere, and sincerity makes them dangerous. I defeated them. This is not a boast. It is a warning. Defeating the custodians did not end them. They are an idea, and ideas do not die. They will reform, they will persist, and they will come for you as they came for me. Here is what I have learned about the root. It is not magic. Magic is a system, a framework of rules, traditions, incantations, and channels through which the natural energy of the world is directed. Magic has limits. Magic can be studied, quantified, taught. The root has no limits. It cannot be studied because it is the thing that studying is made of. It cannot be quantified because it is the thing that numbers are made of. It cannot be taught because it is the thing that knowledge is made of. It is the substrate, the foundation, the first thing. Everything else, matter, energy, thought, time, magic, life, death, is a pattern in the root, the way a wave is a pattern in water. You do not control the root. You become aware of it, and in becoming aware of it, you gain the ability to interact with the patterns directly. Move a pattern and you move what the pattern represents. Change a pattern and you change reality. This is power without limit. It is also responsibility without measure. I leave you with one final thought, vessel. The root recognized you because you resonate with it. This means something about your nature, something about who you are at the deepest level. You are not arbitrary. You are not accidental. You are the shape the valley must be to receive the river. Do not let them make you small. Akhenaset, last of the touched, in the 4th year of the reign of no one, for all the kings are dead. The kitchen was silent when Harry finished reading. Ron and Hermione were watching him. They'd read it too, the shifting symbols working for anyone in proximity, and Ron's face had gone through several phases during the reading and settled on grim determination. "Well," Ron said, "that's a bit more informative than the average textbook." Hermione pulled the scroll closer and began rereading, her finger tracing the symbols. "Akhenaset. I don't recognize the name from any historical record, but if they predate organized magical society, that's not surprising. The references to kings being dead might place this in a period of civilizational collapse, possibly the Bronze Age collapse, around 1200 BCE, which was—" "Hermione," Harry said gently. "Right, not the time for historical dating," she refocused. "The important thing is the confirmation. The fundament, the root, is exactly what Dumbledore described, but more. It's not just a power source. It's the substrate of reality. And you're not using it the way a wizard uses magic. You're interacting with reality directly." "Which explains the wall," Harry said. "Which explains the wall, the table, the park, and the stone. You're not casting spells, you're editing the source code." Ron blinked. "The what?" "Muggle concept. Think of it like, okay, regular magic is like using a quill to write a letter. You have a tool, an ink, a parchment, and a set of rules about grammar and spelling. What Harry's doing is like reaching into the ink and the parchment and the quill and the concept of writing itself and rearranging everything at that level. That's mental. That's accurate." Harry flexed his left hand. The scar pulsed warmly. "The scroll said the custodians will come. Dumbledore said the same thing. How long do we have?" Hermione chewed her lip. "I don't know, but if they have monitoring capabilities anything like Dumbledore's, and they've been doing this for millennia, so presumably they do, then they felt what happened in Little Winging. They may already be mobilizing. Then I need to be ready. You need to be more than ready. You need to understand the tactical landscape." Hermione pulled a blank parchment toward her and began sketching. "You've got 3 threats. Voldemort, who wants you dead for prophecy reasons, and is now going to want you dead for power reasons. The custodians, who want you neutralized because they believe the root should never be wielded. And the ministry, who are going to hear about what happened in that park and are going to panic because that's what the ministry does. Fudge can wait. Fudge can't wait because Fudge is sending Dolor's Umbridge to Hogwarts." Harry's head snapped up. "What?" "Dad told us last night," Ron said, his expression darkening. "After you went up to the roof with Sirius. Fudge has passed an educational decree. Umbridge is being installed as defense against the dark arts professor. She's there to spy on Dumbledore and control the school. She's a ministry hatchet woman," Hermione said flatly. "She was behind the anti-werewolf legislation that cost Lupin his job. She's cruel, she's petty, and she's going to have institutional authority over you." Harry felt the anger stir in his chest, and with it, the fundament responded, a gentle surge like a cat arching its back. He let it settle. "No," he said, "she's not. Harry, she's not going to have authority over me. I don't care what decrees Fudge passes. I've got an ancient force of reality humming in my wrist and Voldemort marshalling an army. I am not going to waste time playing politics with a ministry bureaucrat." "You might have to," Hermione said carefully. "If you antagonize the ministry, what are they going to do? Expel me. I can rearrange matter with my thoughts. I can see the structure of the universe. What is the Ministry of Magic going to do to me, Hermione?" She opened her mouth, closed it. A complicated series of expressions crossed her face, the rule follower wrestling with the pragmatist, the friend battling the strategist. The friend won. "Honestly, probably nothing, but it's not about what they can do to you. It's about what they can do to the people around you. Dumbledore, Sirius, the Weasleys, they're all vulnerable to political pressure." Harry's jaw tightened. She was right. She was always right about things like this, the human dimension, the web of consequences that power created. "Fine, I won't go looking for a fight with Umbridge, but I won't bow to her either. If she pushes, I push back. That's all I'm asking, strategic, not stupid." "That's his whole brand," Ron said. "Strategically not stupid." The afternoon bled into evening. Dumbledore returned with Kingsley and a woman Harry didn't recognize, thin, dark-haired, with sharp features and the kind of posture that suggested she had been trained to enter rooms as if she owned them. She wore robes of deep gray, unadorned, and carried no visible wand. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his tone was the carefully neutral one that meant he was about to introduce something complicated. "This is Serafina Vose." The woman's eyes found Harry's and stayed there. They were pale gray, almost silver, and they assessed him with a clinical intensity that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Snape, except Snape's scrutiny was fueled by personal hatred, and this woman's was fueled by something colder and more professional. "The conduit," she said, not a greeting. Harry said. "My name is Harry. I know your name, Mr. Potter. I've known it since you were 15 months old when our sensors detected a secondary signature at the site of the killing curse in Godric's Hollow, a signature that should not have been possible." The room went quiet. Sirius, who had been leaning in the doorway, straightened. "You're a custodian," Harry said. "I lead them." Serafina Vose did not sit down, despite the chair Dumbledore gestured toward. She stood in the center of the kitchen like a pillar, straight-backed and perfectly still. "I have led them for 23 years since my predecessor died attempting to contain a fundament eruption in the Marianas Trench. A fundament eruption in the deep ocean is full of root energy. It seeps through cracks in the Earth's crust. Normally it dissipates harmlessly. Occasionally it doesn't. My predecessor gave his life to prevent a cascade event that would have caused a tsunami large enough to erase Japan." She said this without drama, without grief, simply as context. "The custodians exist because the root is dangerous beyond measure, Mr. Potter. Not because it is evil, because it is too much. And you're here because you think I'm too much. I am here because Albus Dumbledore called me and asked me to come before I came on my own terms, which would have been less pleasant for everyone." Her pale eyes didn't waver. 3 days ago, every root sensor on the planet activated simultaneously. A pulse of fundament energy originating in Surrey, England, registered at a magnitude we have not recorded in over 3,000 years. My analysts are still processing the data. Several of them are on medical leave. One has resigned. I was having a bad day. Mr. Potter, this is not a joke. I know it's not, but you're standing in my godfather's kitchen looking at me like I'm a bomb that needs defusing, and I want to be very clear about something." Harry stepped forward. He didn't reach for the fundament, didn't need to. It was there, humming in his wrist, vast and warm and patient, and its presence was enough. "I'm not your problem to solve. I'm not your bomb to defuse. I'm not your conduit to be evaluated and categorized and filed away. I'm a person. I've got a name, I've got friends, and I've got a dark wizard trying to kill me. Whatever this power is, it's mine, and I intend to use it." Serafina Vose studied him for a long, measured moment. "The last person who said something similar to a custodian leader was Akhenaten of Egypt. He leveled a city. I've read his scroll." For the first time, something other than clinical assessment flickered across her face. Surprise. "You have access to his writings." "Found it in the library upstairs," Hermione said from the table, where she'd been watching the exchange with her hands folded and her back very straight. "The Black Family Library. Locked cabinet, warded in precuneiform sigils." Serafina's gaze shifted to Hermione, evaluated her, and returned to Harry. "The Black family were never supposed to have that scroll. It was stolen from a custodian vault in 1743. "Well, it's in my house now," Sirius said from the doorway, and his voice was pleasant in the way that a sheathed blade was pleasant. "Finders keepers." Serafina ignored him. "Mr. Potter, I came here as a courtesy at Dumbledore's request, but I want you to understand something. The custodians have operated for over 4,000 years. We have protocols for situations like this. Those protocols are not gentle. Is that a threat? It is information." Harry held her gaze. The fundament pulsed in his wrist, and he let her see it, let the faintest edge of that vast power surface, just enough to change the light in the room, just enough to make the shadows deepen and the air thicken. Serafina's eyes widened fractionally. "Here's some information for you," Harry said. "I don't want a war with the custodians. I've already got one war, and that's plenty." But if your protocols involve trying to take this from me, or control me, or hurt the people I care about, then you will find out exactly how much power a conduit can bring to bear. And I don't think you want that." Silence. Serafina Vos looked at him, and Harry saw the calculations happening behind her pale eyes: threat assessment, risk analysis, the cold mathematics of someone who dealt in existential dangers. And beneath the calculations, something else. Something she was trying very hard not to feel. Recognition. She'd read about conduits. She'd studied them. She'd built her career around preventing them. But she'd never stood in front of one, never felt the gravity of that power, never looked into the eyes of a 15-year-old boy who carried the heartbeat of creation in his wrist and was not afraid. "I will. Report to my council," she said. The words came carefully, as if she was revising them in real time. "A monitoring arrangement, non-invasive. We observe. We do not interfere for now. And if your council disagrees, then we will have a different conversation." She turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, I've done what you asked. I've met the boy. My assessment is—" She paused, and for one brief moment the mask slipped, and Harry saw something raw underneath. Not fear, not awe, but the specific, vertiginous disorientation of someone whose understanding of the world had just been comprehensively rewritten. "My assessment is that our existing protocols are inadequate." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Thank you, Serafina." She left without another word. The crack of her disapparition echoed through the house, and Mrs. Black's portrait started screaming from the hall, and Sirius went to wrestle the curtains closed, and the kitchen returned to something resembling normalcy. "Well," Ron said into the silence, "she was fun." 3 days passed. Harry trained every morning with Dumbledore and Moody, Dumbledore providing theoretical framework, Moody providing targets. Harry's control improved rapidly, not through instruction, but through the fundament's own apparent desire to be used properly. Each time he reached for it, the connection was smoother, the power more responsive, the overwhelming flood more like a controlled current. He could do things now that made Moody go quiet. He could shield, not with Protego or any variant of it, but by hardening the air itself into a barrier that wasn't made of magic but of compressed reality. Moody hit it with everything he had: stunners, blasting curses, even an experimental hex he said he'd confiscated from a dark wizard in Minsk, and nothing got through. The spells didn't bounce off. They were absorbed, their magical energy dissolving into the fundament like drops of water in an ocean. He could attack, though attack felt like the wrong word for what he was doing. He could push a wave of force from his hand that wasn't a spell, had no incantation, left no magical signature. It was simply kinetic energy, conjured from nothing, directed with thought. He could heat objects to incandescence with a touch, could freeze water from across a room, could pull a stone apart into its component atoms and reassemble it in a different shape. On the second day, Moody asked him to try something defensive. "Hit me with something, Potter, I want to see if I can block it." And Harry sent a pulse of force at him that Moody's shield charm caught technically, but the impact drove Moody backward 6 feet and left his wand arm shaking. "Bloody hell," Moody said, flexing his fingers. "That went through my shield like it wasn't there." "It sort of wasn't," Harry said. "Your shield is made of magic. What I'm doing isn't magic." "They don't really interact." Moody's magical eye spun to fix on him. "You're telling me standard magical defenses are useless against you. I'm telling you they're insufficient." Moody stared at him for a long time. Then he laughed, a rare, rough sound like gravel in a drum. "Insufficient, Merlin's baggy pants. Wait till Voldemort finds out his curses bounce off you like ping-pong balls." That thought had occurred to Harry. It had occurred to him quite a lot. On the evening of the 3rd day, the attack came. Not the custodians, not Voldemort, Dementors. Harry felt them before anyone else did. He was in the kitchen, eating dinner with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and the twins, when the temperature dropped not in the room but inside him, a sudden chill that cut through the fundament's warmth like a knife through water. His scar, the forehead one, Voldemort's scar, gave a sharp, familiar throb, and beneath it the wrist scar flared, not in pain but in warning, a sudden pulse of alarm that set his teeth on edge. "Something's wrong," he said, standing. Ron looked up from his shepherd's pie. "What kind of wrong?" "Dementors, lots of them, somewhere close." Hermione paled. "How can you?" But Harry was already moving, heading for the front door, his wand in one hand and the fundament rising in his wrist. Sirius intercepted him in the hall. "Harry, what? Dementors, I can feel them." "Not here, Diagon Alley, I think. Dozens of them." Sirius's face went hard. "The Order's been tracking rogue Dementors for weeks. Voldemort's been pulling them away from Azkaban. If they're hitting Diagon Alley, then there are people in danger. I need to go." "You can't apparate, you don't have a—" Harry reached for the fundament. The now familiar warmth flooded him, and with it came clarity, a sense of the world structure, of the spaces between places, of the fabric of reality that apparition merely tugged at. He didn't need to tug, he could step through. "Hold on to me," he told Sirius. "Harry, what are you—" "Hold on." Sirius grabbed his arm. Ron and Hermione appeared in the hallway behind them, Ron with his wand out, Hermione with her bag over her shoulder because of course she had an emergency bag. "We're coming," Ron said. "Ron, shut up, Harry. We're coming." "Fine. Everyone hold on, this might feel strange." They gripped his arms, his shoulders. Harry reached into the fundament and found the thread that connected where he was to where he needed to be. He didn't twist, didn't compress, didn't force himself through the narrow tube of apparition. He simply folded the space between Grimmauld Place and Diagon Alley like folding a piece of paper, bringing the 2 points together, and stepped through the crease. The sensation was nothing like apparition. There was no squeezing, no compression, no breathlessness. There was a moment of absolute stillness, a gap between heartbeats, a pause between frames, and then they were standing in Diagon Alley and the world was ending. The street was chaos. Dementors, dozens of them, maybe more, glided between the buildings in a roiling mass of black and cold, their ragged cloaks trailing, their rattling breath filling the air with despair. Shoppers were screaming, running, falling. A woman clutched a child to her chest, backed against the wall of flourish and blots, her patroness, a feeble wisp of silver, dissolving as 3 Dementors closed in. An old wizard had collapsed in the middle of the cobblestones, his eyes glazed, his wand rolling from slack fingers. The cold hit Harry like a wall. The familiar Dementor effect, the draining of happiness, the surfacing of worst memories, Cedric's eyes, the green flash, the thud, slammed into him. And the fundament snarled. That was the only word for it. The power in Harry's wrist reacted to the Dementor cold with something that felt remarkably like anger, a sudden, fierce, protective surge that burned through the despair like fire through paper. The scar on his wrist blazed indigo bright, and Harry felt the fundament rise in him, not as a tide this time, but as a wave, a tsunami, a force of such magnitude that the air around him began to distort. He could see what the Dementors were. With fundament-enhanced sight, he could see them not as cloaked figures but as absences, holes in the fabric of reality, ragged tears where something should be and wasn't. They were voids, negative space given form. They fed by pulling the fundament out of living things, draining the root energy that made joy and hope and love possible. Harry understood in a flash of insight that was almost physical that Dementors were the fundament's opposite number, anti-life, entropy given hunger. And the fundament despised them. Ron, Hermione, get the civilians clear. Sirius, help them. Harry, what are you going to? Harry raised his left hand and the world went white, not Patronus white, not the silver white of a stag made of happy memories. This was something more fundamental, a light that came from beneath reality, from the substrate, from the root beneath the root. It poured from Harry's open palm in a torrent, and where it touched the Dementors, they burned. The nearest Dementor caught the light full on and shrieked, a sound Harry had never heard a Dementor make, a sound like tearing metal and breaking glass and the death of silence. Its cloak ignited, not with fire, with existence. The void that comprised the Dementor's being was being filled, forcibly, with raw creative energy, and the contradiction was destroying it. The Dementor thrashed, writhed, and came apart, not dissolving, not dying, but being unmade, its negative existence annihilated by the overwhelming positive force of the fundament. The other Dementors recoiled. Harry felt their fear, he could feel it, could sense the primitive horror of creatures that fed on suffering confronted with something that could end them, and he pressed forward. He walked down the center of Diagon Alley with his left hand raised, and the fundament pouring from him in waves of blazing light. Dementors fled before him. Those that didn't flee, he destroyed, reaching out with tendrils of root energy that found the voids and filled them, snuffed them, unmade them with the simple, irresistible assertion that existence is stronger than absence. One by one, then in pairs, then in groups, the Dementors broke and ran. The ones at the far end of the street tried to scatter into the alleys and side passages, but Harry wasn't finished. He reached deeper into the fundament, deeper than he'd gone before, deep enough to feel the planet's crust humming beneath his feet and the stars burning far above, and pushed. A wave of light erupted from him in all directions, expanding outward like a shockwave, washing over Diagon Alley in a flood of warmth and brilliance. It passed through buildings, through walls, through flesh and bone without harm. It wasn't destructive. It was vivifying, raw life force, raw existence, and where it touched the Dementors, they burned. Every last one. In the alleys, in the shadows, in the spaces where they tried to hide. The wave found them all and filled them and unmade them, and when it passed, there wasn't a single Dementor left in Diagon Alley. Harry lowered his hand. The light faded. The street was quiet. Around him, people were staring. Dozens of witches and wizards, shoppers and shopkeepers, children and elders, all staring at the thin, messy-haired teenager standing in the middle of the cobblestones with a glowing scar on his wrist and starlight fading from his fingertips. Someone whispered, "Is that Harry Potter?" Someone else said. "What did he just do?" A child, freed from a Dementor's grasp, tugged at his mother's robe and said, "Mummy, the dark things are gone. The light boy made them go away." The woman Harry had seen cornered against Flourish and Blots was still clutching her child, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Harry and mouthed, "Thank you." Ron appeared at Harry's elbow, breathing hard. "Mate, you didn't just drive them off. You destroyed them. I didn't know you could destroy Dementors." "Neither did I. That's becoming a theme with you." Ron looked up and down the street. "Hermione and Sirius are doing triage. Some people are in bad shape. The Dementor effects hit hard before you got here, but no one's dead as far as I can tell." Harry nodded. The fundament was settling back down in him, the wave receding, the hum returning to its steady, patient pulse. He was tired, not as tired as after the training sessions, but drained, hollow. He could feel the space where the energy had been, like an empty reservoir waiting to refill. But beneath the tiredness he felt something else. Certainty. He'd walked into a street full of Dementors and ended them, not fought them, ended them, with a power that made patronesses look like parlor tricks, and he hadn't hesitated, hadn't doubted, hadn't been afraid. For the first time, the scope of what he could do was becoming real. Pop, pop, pop. Aurors started apparating in, Kingsley, Tonks, others Harry didn't recognize. Kingsley took one look at the street, at the absence of Dementors, at Harry standing in the middle of it all, and his normally impassive face went through several expressions before settling on carefully controlled amazement. "Potter, report. Dementors attacked Diagon Alley. Maybe 30 or 40 of them. I destroyed them." "You destroyed 30 Dementors, approximately." Kingsley looked at Tonks. Tonks looked at Kingsley. She mouthed something that looked like bloody hell. "There'll be questions," Kingsley said. "The Ministry can ask their questions. I'm not hiding from anything." Harry looked around at the street, at the people slowly emerging from shops and doorways, at the children being gathered up by shaking parents. But right now, these people need help. Some of them have been under Dementor influence for minutes. They need chocolate, warming charms, and probably a mind healer for the worst cases. Kingsley nodded slowly. He seemed to be reassessing something, adjusting his mental model of who Harry Potter was and what he was capable of. "Tonks, get a medical team in here. Full response. Potter, stay visible. If there are more Dementors in the area, your presence alone might deter them." Harry stayed. He helped where he could, guiding dazed shoppers to the medical tents that Aurors quickly erected, distributing chocolate from Fortescue's ice cream parlor, whose proprietor, shaking but determined, had thrown open his doors the moment the danger passed. He held a child's hand while a healer treated the girl's mother for severe Dementor exposure, and when the child asked him if the dark things would come back, he said no and meant it. Hermione found him an hour later, sitting on the steps of Gringotts, exhaustion finally catching up to him. "The Daily Prophet is here," she said, sitting beside him, "and the Quibbler, and someone from Witch Weekly, though I think she's mainly interested in whether you're single." "Brilliant. You can't avoid this, Harry. What you did, everyone saw it. It's going to be front page tomorrow." "Good," Hermione blinked. "Good. Dumbledore spent last year trying to convince people Voldemort was back, and no one listened because the Ministry controlled the narrative. Well, now the narrative is going to be that Harry Potter just personally destroyed an army of Dementors that the Ministry was supposed to be controlling. Let them try to spin that. Let them try to call me a liar after this." Hermione stared at him. Then slowly, she smiled, a sharp, fierce smile that looked out of place on her usually bookish face. "That's actually very clever. Don't sound so surprised." "I'm not surprised, I'm impressed. There's a difference." She leaned her head against his shoulder briefly, a gesture of warmth and solidarity. "Ron's talking to a reporter from the Prophet, giving a very colorful eyewitness account. I believe the phrase 'like the wrath of God but with better hair' has been used." Harry laughed. It surprised him, a real laugh, full and free, the sound of someone who'd faced monsters and won and still had enough of himself left to find things funny. They went home. Sirius side-alonged Ron and Hermione, and Harry folded space again, stepping through the crease between Diagon Alley and Grimmauld Place with an ease that was becoming natural. The house was warm and bright. Molly had tea and sandwiches waiting, because Molly always had tea and sandwiches waiting, and the family gathered in the kitchen and talked and argued and processed the evening's events in the loud, overlapping, fundamentally loving way that the Weasleys processed everything. Later, when the house was quiet, Harry went up to the roof. The London sky was its usual muddy orange, but he could feel the stars through the haze, each one a point of fundament energy burning in the void. His wrist pulsed in rhythm with them. He thought about the Dementors, about how easily they'd fallen, about the scroll's words, "Their magic is a candle, you carry the sun." He thought about Voldemort, about the graveyard, the terror, the helplessness, about how small he'd felt, kneeling in the dirt with his wand useless in his hand, watching Cedric's body and knowing he couldn't bring him back. He would never feel that small again. Somewhere in the darkness, in a manor house in Little Hangleton, or wherever the Dark Lord was hiding now, Voldemort had felt it. Harry was certain of it. Through the Horcrux connection, through the link between them, Voldemort had felt the fundament rise and the Dementors fall, and he was sitting in the dark now, running his skeletal fingers along his wand, trying to calculate his way through a problem that had no calculation. Harry smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It was the smile of a boy who had been hunted his entire life and had just discovered he was the most dangerous thing in the room. "Come and find me, Tom," he thought, and the fundament hummed its agreement. "I'm not hiding anymore." Below him, the house creaked and settled. His friends slept. The city breathed its endless urban breath. And above it all, the stars leaned close, bright and ancient and full of the same fire that burned in Harry Potter's wrist, in his blood, in the deepest part of his being, the root beneath the root, the first breath, the power that had existed before magic and would exist after it, the foundation of everything that was and ever would be. Harry sat on the roof and felt it all and was not afraid. Chapter 3. What fears the Dark Lord? Platform 9 3/4 was a zoo. Harry had expected attention. After the Daily Prophet had run a front-page story, Potter destroys Dementor army in Diagon Alley. Eyewitnesses describe impossible display of power, complete with a photograph of him standing in the middle of the street with light still fading from his hand. He'd known the return to Hogwarts wouldn't be quiet, but he hadn't expected this. The platform was packed shoulder to shoulder, and at least half the crowd wasn't there to board the train. Parents lingered, pointing, whispering. A cluster of reporters had set up near the barrier, quills poised, quills bobbing in the air like hungry insects. Younger students stared openly. Older students tried to look like they weren't staring, failed, and stared openly anyway. "This is insane," Ron muttered, pushing through the crowd with his trunk. Pigwidgeon's cage rattled on top of it, the tiny owl hooting with manic enthusiasm at the commotion. "It's like the Quidditch World Cup, but everyone's looking at you." "They're not all looking at me. Harry, that woman over there is holding a sign that says Mary M.E. Potter. She looks about 40. The heart wants what it wants, mate." Hermione was ahead of them, cutting through the crowd with the brisk efficiency of someone who had places to be and considered public spectacles an obstacle. "Ignore them. Keep moving. The sooner we're on the train, the sooner they can't reach us." They loaded their trunks and found a compartment near the back of the train. Ginny was already there, saving seats, her feet up on the opposite bench and a look on her face that dared anyone to challenge her claim to the space. Neville Longbottom squeezed in after them, round-faced and slightly sweaty from the effort of navigating the platform with his trunk, and a pot containing a plant that appeared to be gently pulsating. "Harry," Neville said, settling into his seat with the careful movements of someone trying not to disturb a temperamental organism, "is it true you killed 30 Dementors, destroyed, and it might have been closer to 40? Neville absorbed this with the quiet blinking process that characterized his response to extraordinary information. "Wow, that's wow." "Eloquent as always, Neville," Ginny said. "I mean, I have questions, a lot of questions, but also wow." Luna Lovegood appeared in the doorway, radishes dangling from her ears, her expression its usual dreamy composure, utterly unbothered by the chaos of the platform or the electric tension running through the train. "Hello, Harry. You look different." "Different how?" "Brighter, as if someone's turned up the contrast." She tilted her head, studying him with those wide, slightly unfocused eyes. "There's something behind you, not literally, more like metaphysically. Something very large and very old and very patient. It likes you." The compartment went quiet. Luna said things like this regularly, and they were usually dismissed as Luna-isms, the quirky observations of a girl who saw the world through a fundamentally different lens. But this time, Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with Dementors. "You can see it." "Not see, exactly. More like sense. The way you can sense someone standing behind you in a dark room." She sat down next to Neville, tucking her legs beneath her. "My mother could sense things like that. Before the accident. She said the world had layers like an onion, and most people only ever saw the skin." Hermione and Harry exchanged a look. Luna's mother had been an experimental spellcrafter who died when a charm went wrong. But experimental spellcrafting suddenly seemed like it might have been a polite term for something deeper. "Luna," Hermione said carefully, "did your mother ever mention something called the fundament, or the root?" Luna's dreamy expression didn't change, but something sharpened behind it like a lens clicking into focus. "She called it the underneath. She said everything floated on it like boats on a lake, and that if you were very quiet and very still, you could feel the water moving." A pause. "She said some people could swim." The train lurched into motion. Platform 9 3/4 slid away, and with it the reporters and the pointing parents and the woman with the sign. The countryside opened up beyond the windows, green and gold and ordinary, English fields rolling under a September sky. Harry leaned back in his seat and let the rocking of the train settle into his bones. His wrist hummed gently, the scar a steady pulse against his skin. The fundament was quiet today, not dormant, never dormant, but resting like a cat in a sunbeam, conserving energy without ever truly sleeping. The compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the gap, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like mismatched bookends. Malfoy's pale face was arranged in its usual sneer, but his eyes were doing something his face wasn't. They were wary, calculating. He'd read the prophet. He'd seen the photographs. "Potter," Malfoy said, "quite the summer you've had." "Malfoy, how's your father? Still kissing Voldemort's hem, or has he worked his way up to the boots?" Crabbe cracked his knuckles. Goyle shifted his weight. Malfoy's sneer held, but a muscle in his jaw twitched. "Big talk from someone who needed a magic trick to fight a few Dementors." "A magic trick," Harry smiled. It was the smile from the rooftop, not kind, not cruel, just certain. Sure, let's call it that. Something in the smile made Malfoy take a half step back. He covered it immediately, squaring his shoulders, but everyone in the compartment saw it. Ron's mouth curved. Ginny looked at Malfoy with the expression of someone watching a small dog bark at thunder. "Enjoy your year, Potter," Malfoy said and retreated. The door slid shut. "He's scared," Neville said, surprised. "He should be," Ron said. "Not of Harry specifically, of what Harry represents. If Harry's this powerful, then everything Malfoy's been promised, pure blood supremacy, Voldemort's New World Order, is built on sand. And he knows it." Hermione looked at Ron with an expression of frank appreciation. "That's very astute. I have my moments." The train rolled on. They ate chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and talked about everything except the thing they were all thinking about. Because sometimes the best way to deal with the enormity of your situation was to argue about whether cannons had a shot at the league this year. They didn't. And whether Luna's assertion that Nargles infested mistletoe was more or less plausible than the existence of an ancient force underlying reality, jury was out. Harry watched his friends and felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fundament. They were here. They were with him. Whatever was coming, he wasn't facing it alone. Hogwarts materialized through the dusk like a dream of itself. Turrets and towers and warm windows, perched on its cliff above the Black Lake, ancient and immovable and home. Harry had always felt a pull toward the castle, a sense of belonging that went deeper than sentiment. And now, with the fundament alive in him, that pull was physical. He could feel the castle, not just see it, feel it. A vast structure of stone and magic and history, thrumming with energy that was familiar, that resonated with the pulse in his wrist. The castle was built on something. He could sense it beneath the foundations, beneath the bedrock. A wellspring of fundament energy so deep and so ancient that it made the power in his wrist feel like a tributary flowing toward the ocean. Hermione was right beside him in the carriage, and she saw his face change. "Harry, what is it?" "The castle, can you feel it?" "Feel what?" "Never mind. I'll explain later. There's something here, something big." The carriages, pulled by the straws that Harry could now see, skeletal winged horses visible only to those who'd witnessed death, deposited them at the front gates. Students streamed toward the castle. Harry walked among them, and the crowd parted subtly around him, not in fear, but in the same unconscious way that people moved around a heat source, giving him space without quite deciding to. The great hall was golden and blazing, and full of the noise of 500 students finding their seats. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear night sky, stars scattered across it like diamonds on velvet, and Harry felt each star like a pinprick of warmth against his skin. He sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione, and the sorting began, and for 20 minutes everything was blessedly, beautifully normal. Then Dumbledore stood for his opening remarks, and Harry saw her. Dolor's Umbridge sat at the staff table, small and squat and toad-like, wrapped in pink the way a warning sign was wrapped in its color, not decorative but declarative, a statement of intent. She had a wide, flat face and a wider, flatter smile that didn't reach her small, sharp eyes. Those eyes swept the hall with proprietary satisfaction, as if she was already measuring the curtains. "Who's the pink toad?" Ron said, mouth full of bread roll. "That's Umbridge," Hermione whispered. "The Ministry's spy." "Remember," Dumbledore was speaking, "the usual warnings about the Forbidden Forest, the usual Filch announcements," but he looked tired, Harry thought. More than tired. Strained, as if he was holding something together by force of will, and the effort was showing. When he introduced Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts professor, his voice was perfectly pleasant and completely devoid of enthusiasm. Umbridge stood. She cleared her throat with a small, girlish hem that was somehow more irritating than a shout, and launched into a speech that was nominally about educational reform, but was actually about ministry control, thinly veiled in bureaucratic euphemism, and delivered in a sugar-sweet voice that made Harry's teeth ache. Most of the students tuned out within 30 seconds. Harry didn't. He listened to every word because Hermione had taught him to hear what politicians were actually saying beneath what they appeared to be saying, and what Umbridge was actually saying was, "I own this school. Dumbledore answers to me, and all of you answer to the ministry." The speech ended. Polite, confused applause. Umbridge sat back down with a satisfied little smile. Dumbledore resumed his remarks without acknowledging her words, which was itself a statement. "She's going to be a problem," Hermione said. "She's going to try to be a problem," Harry said. "There's a difference." The feast appeared. Harry ate, enjoying the food, the noise, the simple pleasure of being back at Hogwarts with his friends. But part of his attention was elsewhere, turned inward, focused on the vast resonance beneath the castle, the fundament wellspring that pulsed like a second heart far below the foundations. It was calling to him, not in words, not in thoughts, in the same wordless, gravitational way that a river called to the rain. "Come down. Join. Flow." Not yet, Harry thought, but soon. The first week of term settled into a rhythm that was almost normal if you ignored the whispers, the stares, the way conversations died and restarted when Harry entered a room. He went to classes. He did homework. He sat in the common room and argued with Ron about Quidditch, and helped Hermione alphabetize her color-coded revision notes because she claimed it was relaxing, and Harry had learned not to question Hermione's relaxation methods. But underneath the routine, things were shifting. In charms, Harry performed a summoning charm, and the book flew to his hand so fast it broke the sound barrier, producing a small sonic boom that startled Flitwick off his stack of cushions. In transfiguration, he turned a mouse into a snuffbox on the first try, and the snuffbox was not merely transformed but perfect, flawless silver, intricately engraved, as if it had been made by a master craftsman rather than conjured by a fifth-year student. McGonagall picked it up, examined it with her reading glasses, and set it down with the expression of someone who needed to sit down and possibly have a stiff drink. "Mr. Potter," she said carefully, "this is beyond NEWT standard." "Sorry, Professor. Don't apologize, just try to aim for the middle of the bell curve occasionally, for my blood pressure." In potions, even Snape couldn't find fault. Harry's draft of peace was textbook perfect. Better than textbook, actually, because the fundament let him perceive the potion at a molecular level, see the interactions between ingredients, understand intuitively how the magic wove through the chemistry. He presented his vial to Snape in silence, and Snape held it up to the light, and his black eyes narrowed, and his mouth opened to deliver the expected cutting remark and closed again, because there was nothing to criticize, and the effort of not criticizing Harry Potter was visibly causing Snape physical pain. "Acceptable," Snape said, which from Snape was the equivalent of a standing ovation and a medal. Ron, whose own draft of peace had turned an unfortunate shade of brown, leaned over and whispered, "I think you broke Snape. He'll recover." "I'm not sure I want him to." Defense against the dark arts was something else entirely. Umbridge's classroom was a study in passive aggression. The desks were arranged in rigid rows. The textbook, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, sat on each desk like a threat. And Umbridge herself stood at the front, hands folded, pink cardigan buttoned to the throat, smile fixed in place like something mounted on a wall. "Good afternoon, class." "Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge," the class murmured. "Wands away, please. You won't be needing them." Harry didn't put his wand away. He didn't take it out either. It was in his bag and he left it there because he hadn't been holding it. But the instruction itself, the presumption of it, the casual assertion of control over what tools students could access in a class ostensibly designed to teach them to defend themselves, it landed in Harry's chest like a coal. "Today we will be reading Chapter 1 of Defensive Magical Theory," Umbridge continued, her voice syrupy. "There will be no need for practical application. The ministry-approved curriculum—" "Excuse me," Hermione said, her hand raised. Umbridge's smile tightened by a fraction. "Yes, Miss Granger. The course aims on the board don't include anything about using defensive spells." "Using? I can't imagine a situation in which you would need to use defensive spells in my classroom, Miss Granger. I can imagine a lot of situations outside your classroom where I'd need them, though." A ripple of tension through the room. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but something behind it hardened, the way something soft hardens when you put it in a freezer. It is the view of the Ministry that a theoretical understanding of defensive magic is more than sufficient for your needs. Who, after all, would want to attack children? Voldemort, Harry said. The word dropped into the room like a stone into still water. Half the class flinched. Umbridge's smile vanished. For a second her real face showed through, cold, affronted, furious, before the mask snapped back into place. Mr. Potter, I will not have that name spoken in my... Why not? It's his name. He's real. He's back. He killed a student at this school 4 months ago. Pretending otherwise because it's politically inconvenient for the minister doesn't make anyone safer. It makes them targets. Umbridge's small eyes fixed on him. Harry could practically hear the gears turning behind them, the political calculations, the risk assessments, the question of how hard she could push before something pushed back. She'd read The Prophet. She knew what he'd done in Diagon Alley. But she was also a woman who had built her entire career on the exercise of institutional power, and institutional power didn't yield to individuals, no matter how powerful. That was the theory anyway. Detention, Mr. Potter, tonight. My office. 7 o'clock. Number, the word was quiet. Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't stand up. He sat in his chair, hands folded on the desk, and looked at Dolar's Umbridge and said number. The room went absolutely silent. I beg your pardon, Umbridge said. I said number. I'm not serving detention for stating a fact. Voldemort is alive. He killed Cedric Diggory. The Ministry knows it, Dumbledore knows it, and you know it. If you want to pretend otherwise in your classroom, that's your prerogative, but you don't get to punish students for telling the truth. Not here. Mr. Potter, I am a professor at this school, appointed by the Minister of Magic himself, and you will. I will tell the truth whenever I choose, and no Ministry appointment changes that. Harry's voice was still calm, still quiet, and the fundament was still. He wasn't channeling it, wasn't drawing on it, wasn't even reaching for it. He didn't need to. The power was there, and Umbridge could feel it the way you could feel a thunderstorm building on the horizon, not visible yet, but pressing, electric, inevitable. You can teach your class however you like, Professor. I'll read your textbook, I'll write your essays. But I won't be silenced, and I won't be punished for honesty. Are we clear? Umbridge stared at him. The room stared at him. Hermione was gripping her desk with white knuckles. Ron was leaning back in his chair with an expression of pure, savage enjoyment. Neville in the back row looked like he was watching someone walk on water. The moment stretched. Umbridge's face went through several shades, red, white, a mottled purple that would have done Vernon Dursley proud. Her options were narrowing, and she knew it. She could escalate, threaten expulsion, involve the Ministry, but that would create exactly the public confrontation Fudge had sent her to avoid. She could back down, but backing down meant losing authority in front of 30 students, and authority was the only currency she traded in. She chose the third option, tactical retreat disguised as magnanimity. Well, she said, her voice strained through a fresh smile like tea through a clogged filter. I can see you feel very strongly about this, Mr. Potter. We'll discuss it further after class. Now Chapter 1, everyone. Silent reading. Books opened. Heads bent. But no one was reading. Every eye in the room was sliding sideways, looking at Harry, and the atmosphere had changed in a way that couldn't be unchanged. Umbridge had come into this room with authority, and she was leaving it with a question mark. After class, Ron caught Harry in the corridor. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and I once watched Fred and George turn Filch's cat blue. I didn't plan it. That's what made it beautiful. Hermione's going to yell at you, by the way. Hermione did yell at him, briefly and with precision, in a corridor on the 3rd floor. You can't just refuse a professor's detention, Harry. There are rules. Hermione, she was going to make me write lines with a blood quill. Hermione stopped mid-sentence. A what? Blood quill. Lee Jordan served detention with her 2 nights ago. She's making students write with a quill that cuts the words into the back of their hand. I must not tell lies, carved into his skin. All the color drained from Hermione's face. That's illegal. That's classified as a torture instrument under the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Dark Objects, paragraph 12. Yes, I looked it up. Harry met her eyes. I wasn't going to sit in her office and let her carve into me. Not when I can end it, not just for me, for everyone. Hermione's outrage redirected itself, snapping from Harry to Umbridge with an almost audible click. We need to report this. Dumbledore, McGonagall, the Board of Governors. I've already told McGonagall. She went white. I think she's handling it. Harry paused. The point is, Umbridge isn't the threat, she's a distraction, a symptom of the Ministry's denial. The real threat is Voldemort, and the real challenge is getting ready for whatever he's planning. I'm not going to spend this year fighting a bureaucrat. Then, what are you going to spend it doing? Finding out what's under the castle. He told them that night in the common room after the younger students had gone to bed. He told them about the fundament wellspring he could sense beneath Hogwarts, the deep, vast reservoir of root energy pulsing far below the foundations, so powerful it made his own connection feel like a candle held up to a bonfire. Hogwarts was built on it, he said. I'm sure of it. The founders didn't choose this location randomly. They built the castle here because of the wellspring. It's why the castle is so saturated with magic, the moving staircases, the enchanted ceiling, the way the building seems almost alive. It's not just spellwork. It's the fundament seeping up through the stone. That would explain a lot, Hermione said. She was sitting cross-legged on the couch, the Aconasset scroll unrolled across her lap. The level of ambient magic at Hogwarts has always been anomalous. Standard magical theory attributes it to the accumulated enchantments of 1,000 years of wizardry, but that's never fully accounted for the readings. If the castle is sitting on a fundament wellspring, then the magic isn't just in the castle, Ron said slowly. It's coming up from underneath, like a geyser, magical Yellowstone. Hermione looked at him with genuine surprise. That's an excellent analogy. I watch documentaries when Mum's not looking. Don't tell anyone. The room of requirement, Neville said suddenly. They all looked at him. Neville was sitting in an armchair by the fire, his pulsating plant on his lap, his round face illuminated by flickering light. He looked embarrassed at the sudden attention but pressed on. The room of requirement. It's the most impossible thing in the castle, right? A room that becomes whatever you need it to be. That's not transfiguration. Transfiguration changes one thing into another. The room of requirement creates things from nothing. Furniture, books, equipment, it manifests whatever the user needs. That sounds more like what Harry does than what any spell does. Harry stared at Neville. That's brilliant. Is it? Neville looked genuinely uncertain. Yes. You're right, the room of requirement isn't magic, it's the fundament. A place where the wellspring is close enough to the surface that the castle can tap into it directly. Harry stood up, energy surging through him. We need to go there, now. It's past midnight, Hermione said, in the tone of someone who knew she'd already lost the argument. Then it's a good thing I've got an invisibility cloak. They went. Not just Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Neville came too, and Ginny, who'd been eavesdropping on the stairs and refused to be left behind. They moved through the sleeping castle under the cloak, expanded by a quiet application of fundament energy that made its interior space considerably larger than its exterior, past Filch's patrol route, up to the 7th floor. Harry paced before the blank wall, thinking, I need to find the source. I need to find the wellspring. The door appeared, but it wasn't the door Harry had seen before, the usual polished wood and brass handle of the room of requirement. This door was stone, ancient stone, rough-hewn and massive, covered in symbols that glowed with a faint, warm indigo light. The same symbols as the Aconasset scroll, the same color as the scar on Harry's wrist. Well, Ron said, that's not ominous at all. Harry pressed his hand against the door. The scar on his wrist flared, and the symbols on the stone blazed bright, and the door swung inward on a breath of air that smelled of deep earth and old rain and the first morning of the world. Beyond the door, stairs descended. They were carved from the living rock of the castle's foundation. No mortar, no blocks, just the mountain itself, shaped into steps that spiraled down into darkness. But it wasn't dark, not really. The walls glowed with the same indigo light as Harry's scar, faint but steady, illuminating the descent in soft, pulsing luminescence. The air was warm and clean and impossibly fresh, as if it had never been breathed. How deep does this go? Ginny asked, peering over Harry's shoulder. One way to find out. They descended. The stairs wound down and down, past the castle's visible foundations, past the bedrock, into earth that was old in the way that mountains were old, patiently, massively, with the accumulated weight of geological ages. Harry felt the fundament growing stronger with every step, the pulse in his wrist intensifying, the hum in his bones deepening, and inside him the vast presence that lived behind his scar stirred and stretched and leaned forward with something that felt like recognition. Home, something in him whispered. This is where it starts. The stairs ended in a chamber. It was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, with a domed ceiling carved from smooth, dark stone. The walls were covered in symbols, not just the Akhenasit script but dozens of other writing systems. Some recognizable Egyptian hieroglyphs, Norse runes, something that looked like Sanskrit. Others utterly alien, curves and angles that didn't correspond to any human alphabet. They all glowed with that same indigo light, and they all said the same thing in their different ways, in their different languages, across their different millennia. The root beneath the root. And in the center of the chamber, the wellspring. It wasn't a pool or a fountain or a crack in the earth. It was a presence, a column of light rising from the floor to the ceiling, not bright enough to hurt the eyes but intense enough to feel on the skin, warm and electric and alive. It wasn't entirely visible. It existed partly in normal space and partly somewhere else, somewhere deeper, and looking at it was like looking at a hologram, a three-dimensional projection of something that had more dimensions than three. Harry approached it. The others held back, not from fear, or not only from fear, but from a sense that this was between Harry and the wellspring, a conversation that required proximity. He stood at the edge of the column of light and felt it on his face like sunlight, like warmth, like the attention of something vast and ancient and fundamentally benevolent. "Hello," he said, feeling slightly ridiculous. The wellspring pulsed, and Harry felt the response not as words but as understanding, a direct transfer of knowledge, immediate and complete, like a file being downloaded into his mind. He staggered under the weight of it. His knees buckled and he went down on one knee, hand pressed to the floor, gasping. "Harry," Hermione's voice sharp with worry, "I'm okay. It's showing me things. Give me a second." Images flooded his mind. The castle 1,000 years ago, 4 wizards standing in this very chamber, their faces illuminated by the wellspring's light. Godric Gryffindor, broad and red-bearded. Helga Hufflepuff, warm-eyed and strong. Rowena Ravenclaw, sharp-featured and intent. Salazar Slytherin, dark and watchful. They stood around the wellspring and they knew what it was. They'd built their school here because of it, not to use it to protect it. To ensure that the most magically gifted children in Britain were educated on top of the greatest concentration of fundament energy in the Northern Hemisphere. Not because the children needed the fundament, but because the fundament needed guardians. And who better to guard the foundation of reality than generation after generation of trained witches and wizards who didn't even know what they were protecting? Harry saw more. He saw the centuries unspooling, the castle growing, changing, the wellspring pulsing steadily beneath it all, feeding energy into the stone, into the wards, into the very fabric of Hogwarts. He saw the custodians, visiting in secret, checking the seals, verifying that the wellspring remained untapped. He saw a custodian agent, centuries ago, who had tried to drain the wellspring, believing it too dangerous to leave accessible, and he saw the castle itself rise up against them, the stairs shifting, the walls closing in, the magic of Hogwarts defending the root with the autonomous ferocity of an immune system attacking a virus. And he saw something else, something recent. A darkness pressing against the wellspring from outside, not from above, from the direction of the castle, but from within the network of fundament energy itself. A corruption, a parasite, something that had attached itself to the root's web of connections and was feeding on it, drawing power, growing stronger. Harry knew with a sick lurch of certainty what it was. Horcruxes. Voldemort's Horcruxes were anchored in the fundament, not in magic, in the root itself. When Tom Riddle had torn his soul apart and lodged the fragments in objects of power, He had, knowingly or unknowingly, driven anchors into the substrate of reality. Each Horcrux was a hook in the fundament, a parasite drawing on the root energy of existence to maintain its unnatural preservation of a fractured soul. Harry could see them. Through the wellspring's vision, he could see the network of connections, dark threads in the luminous web of the fundament, running outward from Hogwarts to distant points. A locket, a cup, a ring, a diary. No, the diary was destroyed. That thread was severed, hanging loose like a cut nerve. A diadem, and this one was close, shockingly close, somewhere in the castle itself. And one thread ran directly into Harry's forehead. He pressed his hand against the lightning bolt scar. It was cold. Where his wrist scar was warm and vital and humming with the fundament's welcome, the forehead scar was a dead thing, a hook in his flesh, a parasite feeding on the root energy that flowed through him. He could see it now with hideous clarity, Voldemort's soul fragment, lodged in his skull, drawing on the very power that made Harry who he was. The fundament pulsed, and Harry felt its response to his realization. Not anger, something more precise. Readiness. The root was aware of the parasites. It had always been aware. It had been waiting for a conduit, someone connected deeply enough, strongly enough to act as an immune response, to find the hooks and pull them out. Harry opened his eyes. He was kneeling on the floor of the chamber, his friends clustered around him, their faces pale in the indigo light. He didn't know how long he'd been under. Seconds, minutes, it felt like hours. "Harry, talk to us," Ron said. His hand was on Harry's shoulder, gripping hard. "I know what the Horcruxes are," Harry said. His voice came out rough. "I know how they work, I know where they are." Silence. "Horcruxes," Hermione whispered. "Harry, what?" "Voldemort's immortality. He split his soul and hid the pieces in objects. They're anchored in the fundament, in the root. That's how they survive. They're parasites on the fundamental energy of reality." Harry looked at her. "I can see them through the wellspring. I can see the network, and one of them is in me." Ron's hand tightened on his shoulder. Hermione's face went absolutely white. Ginny made a small, sharp sound. Neville stood very still, his round face grave. "In you," Hermione said, "the scar. The forehead scar, not the wrist. Voldemort's scar." Harry touched it. "It's been there since that night. A fragment of his soul lodged in my head, feeding on me. Feeding on the fundament energy that flows through you," Hermione said, her mind racing ahead, connecting pieces. "That's why the connection goes both ways, the dreams, the visions, the pain when he's nearby. It's not just a cursed scar. It's a living piece of him, parasitically attached to your fundament connection." "Yes. Can you remove it?" Harry was quiet for a moment. The wellspring pulsed behind him, patient and warm. "I think so. The fundament showed me it's been waiting for this. Waiting for someone who could reach the parasites and pull them out. Not just mine. All of them. All of them at once." Ron looked between Harry and the wellspring. "How many are there?" "5 remaining. The diary was destroyed. I destroyed it in second year without knowing what it was. There's a locket, a cup, a ring, and a diadem. The diadem is here in the castle. The others are scattered." "And the one in you makes 6, Hermione said softly. 6 fragments plus the main soul in Voldemort's body. 7 pieces total. 7, the most magically powerful number." "Of course it is," Ron said. "Because Voldemort's nothing if not dramatic." Harry stood. His legs were steady, more than steady. He felt grounded in a way he never had before, connected to the wellspring beneath him, to the fundament flowing through the castle, to the vast web of root energy that spanned the globe. He could feel the Horcruxes like splinters in his awareness, dark, wrong, painful, but locatable. He knew where they were. He could reach them. "Not tonight," he said, reading Hermione's expression. "I need to think about this. Plan. But soon. Voldemort's immortality is the only thing keeping him alive, and I can end it." They climbed back up the stairs in silence. The door sealed behind them, and the wall became blank stone again, the room of requirement reasserting its normal camouflage. The castle was quiet around them, sleeping, the portraits snoring softly in their frames, the suits of armor standing their silent watch. Harry paused on the 7th-floor landing. Something had shifted in the air, a tension, a wrongness, like a note played slightly off-key. "Wait," he said. The others stopped. Harry reached for the fundament, letting his awareness expand outward through the castle. Stone, wood, magic, sleeping students, normal, normal, normal. And then not normal. A presence on the fourth floor, moving quietly, carrying something that felt like contained violence, something warded and shielded and deliberately hidden from magical detection, but not hidden from the fundament. Someone's in the castle who shouldn't be, Harry said. Fourth floor, moving toward the east wing. Death Eater, Ron had his wand out instantly. Number the magical signature is different, older, more disciplined, Harry focused. The presence was precise, professional, and carried a specific type of shielding that Harry had felt once before in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, wrapped around a woman in gray robes. Custodian. All ready? Hermione hissed. Vose said they'd observe. This isn't observation. They're carrying something, some kind of device. Warded. I can't see inside it, but it feels like a trap. Harry was already moving, heading for the stairs. They're heading for the east wing, the astronomy tower approach. Harry, we should get a teacher, no time, and I can handle this. They descended quickly, Harry leading, the others following. He moved through the castle with a sureness that surprised even him. The fundament connection let him feel the building's layout like a map in his mind. Every corridor and staircase and hidden passage laid out in three-dimensional clarity. He took shortcuts he'd never known existed, guided by the castle itself, which seemed to shift subtly to ease his passage, a staircase aligning just as he reached it, a door swinging open before he touched it. The fourth-floor east wing was dark and empty. Classroom doors lined the corridor, closed and locked for the night. Harry stopped at the intersection, reaching out with his awareness. There, third door on the left. The custodian operative had stopped moving. They were inside a disused classroom doing something. Harry could feel the warded device activating, some kind of ritual taking shape, contained and focused and aimed like a weapon. Aimed down, toward the wellspring. They're trying to seal the wellspring, Harry said. Some kind of binding ritual. They're trying to cut off the fundament flow to the castle. Can they do that? Neville asked. Not if I stop them. Harry walked to the door and opened it. The classroom beyond was dark except for the glow of the device, a metal sphere about the size of a quaffle, hovering 3 feet off the floor, covered in the same symbols Harry had seen in the wellspring chamber. It pulsed with a cold, blue-white light that was the antithesis of the fundament's warm indigo. A suppression field, Harry realized, designed to dampen root energy, to choke it off the way a tourniquet choked off blood flow. Operative stood behind the sphere, hands raised, channeling power into it. They wore gray, dark gray, hooded, face obscured, and they spun when the door opened, one hand dropping from the ritual to produce a wand with smooth, practiced speed. Stop, the operative said. The voice was male, accented, tense. You shouldn't be here. I go to school here, Harry said. You shouldn't be here. This doesn't concern you, boy. We're protecting. You're trying to seal the wellspring. I know what that device does. And you're going to turn it off. The operative's stance shifted, a subtle realignment, wand hand steady, body turning to present a smaller target, professional, trained. Whoever this was, they'd done this before. The wellspring is too exposed. Your awakening has destabilized it. If it erupts, it's been stable for 1,000 years. It's been dormant for 1,000 years. Your presence has changed that. You're drawing on it, amplifying it, and the increased activity is creating cascade risks that turn it off. The operative made a decision. Harry saw it happen, the calculation, the commitment, the moment where talking ended and action began. The wand came up and a curse flew, fast, professional, a stunning spell aimed with precision at Harry's center mass. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He reached for the fundament and the curse hit a wall of compressed reality 6 inches in front of his chest and ceased to exist. Not deflected, not absorbed, unmade. The magic that comprised the spell was disassembled at the fundamental level, broken down into its component root energy and dispersed. The operative stared, then fired again, 3 spells in rapid succession, textbook combat casting, each one aimed differently. Harry unmade all 3 without moving. The fundament did the work, responding to his intent, and the spells dissolved like smoke in a strong wind. I don't want to fight you, Harry said, but I will. The operative's free hand moved, reaching for something on their belt, another device, and Harry felt it activate even before it cleared the operative's robes. a binding field designed to clamp down on fundament energy to sever a conduit from the root. Harry felt it try to grip him, felt invisible chains wrapping around the connection in his wrist, trying to choke it off to close the channel. He shattered them, not with effort, not with struggle. With a pulse of fundament energy that was the equivalent of flexing a muscle, a casual assertion of power so vast that the binding device didn't just fail, it detonated, bursting apart in a shower of metal fragments and blue sparks. The operative was thrown backward, hitting the wall hard, wand flying from their hand. Harry walked forward. The suppression sphere still hovered in the center of the room, still pulsing its cold light. Harry reached for it with his left hand, the scar hand, and touched it. The sphere fought him. The custodian enchantments were ancient and sophisticated, layer upon layer of suppression and binding and containment, the accumulated knowledge of 4,000 years of dealing with the fundament. Against a normal conduit, it might have worked. Against Harry, connected to a wellspring that had been building pressure for a millennium, it was a paper dam against a flood. He pushed the fundament through the sphere and rewrote it. The suppression enchantments unraveled. The binding rituals collapsed. The cold blue-white light flickered, warmed, shifted to indigo, and the sphere wasn't a weapon anymore. It was a conduit repurposed, channeling fundament energy upward through the castle in a gentle, steady flow. Harry picked the sphere up. It hummed in his hand, warm and tame. The operative was slumped against the wall, conscious, gray hood fallen back to reveal a man's face, middle-aged, lean, with the weathered look of someone who spent a lot of time in harsh conditions. His eyes were wide with a mixture of professional alarm and genuine, unfiltered shock. "Who sent you?" Harry asked. The man said nothing. "Vose," a flicker, not confirmation but close. "Tell her something for me," Harry said. He crouched, bringing himself to the operative's eye level. "Tell her that the wellspring is under my protection now. Not the custodians, mine. If she sends anyone else, I'll know they're coming before they reach the school grounds, and I'll deal with them the same way I dealt with you. Nobody gets hurt, nobody gets killed, but the devices get destroyed and the operatives get sent home. That's the deal. You don't understand what you're. I understand exactly what I'm doing. The fundament isn't a threat. It's the foundation of everything. Your organization has spent 4,000 years treating it like a bomb that needs defusing, and in the process, you've cut the world off from the very thing that sustains it. That ends now. Not violently, not dramatically, it just ends, starting with this castle." Harry stood. He walked to the door, then paused. "You've got 5 minutes before the castle's security wards detect you and alert the staff. I'd suggest using them." He left the operative sitting against the wall and walked back to his friends, who were standing in the corridor with expressions ranging from stunned Neville to calculating Hermione to openly delighted Ginny to the particular brand of resigned amazement that was becoming Ron's default state. "All sorted?" Ron asked. "All sorted. Did you just single-handedly defeat a custodian operative and reclaim an ancient wellspring of primordial power? Basically. Right. Normal Tuesday, then." They went back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry lay in bed, staring at the canopy above him, the fundament humming in his wrist, the repurposed sphere sitting on his bedside table, replacing the one he disintegrated days ago, glowing faintly indigo in the darkness. He could feel the wellspring below, stronger now, flowing more freely, feeding energy into the castle's stones and wards and ancient enchantments. The castle felt more alive. The magic in its walls pulsed with a warmth that hadn't been there before. Hogwarts was waking up. And somewhere, through the parasite in his forehead, through the dark hook of the Horcrux, Harry felt Voldemort stir. It came as a flash, sudden, sharp, like tuning into a radio station mid-broadcast. Harry's forehead scar burned, and for an instant he was there, seeing through Voldemort's eyes a dark room, a long table, Death Eaters in their masks, and Voldemort standing at the head of it, his red eyes blazing, his skeletal face twisted with an emotion that Harry had never felt through the connection before. Terror. Not the cold, calculated wariness of the Diagon Alley aftermath. Real terror. Voldemort had felt the wellspring activate. He'd felt the fundament surge through the castle, And through the Horcrux in Harry's scar, through the parasitic thread that connected his fractured soul to the root, he'd felt what Harry could do, felt the scope and scale of it, felt the power that dwarfed his own the way the sun dwarfed a candle. He knows, Harry thought. He knows I can reach the Horcruxes. He knows I can end them. Voldemort's mind was racing. Harry could feel the thoughts, fractured and frantic, plans being made and discarded, options being weighed. The Dark Lord's fear wasn't paralyzing. It was catalyzing. Voldemort afraid was Voldemort at his most dangerous, desperate, creative, willing to take risks that his normal cold pragmatism would forbid. And Harry felt the shape of the plan forming in Voldemort's mind, vague, incomplete, but terrifying in its outline. If Harry could reach through the fundament to destroy the Horcruxes, then Voldemort needed to reach through the Horcrux in Harry to destroy the connection. Pull it out. Rip the fundament from the boy. And if that required a ritual of unthinkable darkness, a sacrifice of something Harry valued above his own life, the connection snapped. Harry gasped back in his own bed, his own mind, his scar throbbing. He was shaking, not with fear, with the adrenaline of seeing his enemy's mind, of knowing what was coming. Voldemort was going to attack, not someday, not eventually, soon. He was going to come for Harry with everything he had, because for the first time since his resurrection, Lord Voldemort was genuinely afraid of a 15-year-old boy. Harry rolled over and looked at the repurposed custodian sphere on his bedside table. It glowed softly, pulsing in time with his wrist scar, in time with the wellspring below, in time with the heartbeat of the root beneath the root. He wasn't afraid. He should have been. Voldemort's plan, whatever it was, would be ruthless and brilliant and targeted at the people Harry loved. But fear required uncertainty, and Harry wasn't uncertain anymore. He knew what he was. He knew what he could do. And he knew, with the bone-deep conviction that the fundament breathed into him every second of every day, that the fight was coming and he would be ready for it. He closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly this time, deep and dreamless, the fundament wrapping around his consciousness like a blanket, holding him safe while the world outside sharpened its knives. Tomorrow he would tell Dumbledore about the Horcruxes. Tomorrow he would begin to plan. Tomorrow the war would start in earnest. But tonight he slept, and beneath him the castle hummed and the wellspring pulsed, and the root beneath the root flowed upward through 1,000 years of stone, and Hogwarts, the school, the sanctuary, the fortress, woke to its full and ancient power for the first time in a millennium, and the walls seemed to breathe, and the stairs shifted with purpose rather than mischief, and the suits of armor stood a little straighter in their alcoves, and every stone in every wall vibrated with the quiet, steady, indomitable promise of a building that had just remembered what it was built to protect. Chapter 4. The Custodians' War. October came to Hogwarts like a held breath. The castle had changed in ways that most students couldn't articulate, but everyone felt. The fires burned warmer. The food tasted richer. The magic in the corridors, the ambient, pervasive enchantment that made Hogwarts had deepened, thickened, become something you could almost touch. Peeves, who had terrorized the hallways for centuries, had gone quiet, drifting through the upper floors with an expression of bewildered contentment, as if something was scratching an itch he hadn't known he had. Even the bloody Baron seemed less menacing, gliding through the dungeons with a contemplative air rather than his usual ghastly malevolence. The students noticed. They talked about it in the common rooms, in the corridors between classes, in whispered conversations over breakfast. The castle feels different. The castle feels alive. And their eyes would drift inevitably to Harry Potter, who walked through the halls with a quiet certainty that hadn't been there before, whose left wrist sometimes caught the light in a way that seemed wrong, too bright, too warm, as if the skin itself was luminous. Harry let them look. He had bigger things to worry about. He'd told Dumbledore about the Horcruxes the morning after the wellspring chamber. They'd sat in the headmaster's office while the silver instruments on the tables whirred and clicked and Fawkes dozed on his perch, and Harry had laid it all out, the vision from the wellspring, the network of dark threads in the fundament, the locations he'd sensed. The locket, the cup, the ring, the diadem, the fragment in his own scar. Dumbledore had gone very still. Not shocked still, Harry got the impression that Dumbledore had suspected the Horcruxes for some time, had been piecing together the theory through years of careful investigation. But having it confirmed, having the locations handed to him in a single conversation, had knocked something loose behind those blue eyes. "You knew," Harry said. "It wasn't an accusation this time, just recognition. I suspected. I have spent the years since Voldemort's first fall investigating the nature of his immortality. The diary you destroyed in your second year was the first concrete evidence, a fragment of soul preserved in an object capable of independent action. It pointed toward the darkest of magics, but I could not confirm the scope." Dumbledore paused. "You say you can see the network, through the fundament, through the wellspring. The Horcruxes are parasites on the root. They've driven hooks into the fundamental substrate of reality. The fundament showed me where. It wants them gone." The fundament wants. Harry considered this. Maybe wants is too strong, it's more like an immune response. The Horcruxes are infections, foreign bodies in a living system. The fundament has been waiting for someone who could reach them and remove them. "And you believe you can do this?" "I know I can." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Fawkes raised his head from his wing and regarded Harry with golden eyes that burned with a phoenix's ancient, unblinking wisdom. "The diadem," Dumbledore said. "You said it's in the castle. The room of requirement. I can feel it, a dark knot in the fundament like a tumor. It's been there for decades. Voldemort hid it when he came to the castle to apply for the defense position. Then we should begin there." "After Hogsmeade," Harry said. "There's a Hogsmeade weekend coming up. I want to go. I want things to feel normal for one day before I start ripping pieces of Voldemort's soul out of the fabric of reality." A faint smile crossed Dumbledore's face. A reasonable request. That had been 2 weeks ago. In the interim, Harry had trained not with Dumbledore but alone in the wellspring chamber, learning to work with the fundament in its most concentrated form. The chamber had become his sanctuary, his training ground, his place of power. He went there every evening after dinner, descending the ancient stairs while the castle hummed around him, and spent hours exploring the boundaries of what he could do. Those boundaries, it turned out, were mostly theoretical. He could manipulate matter at the atomic level, rearranging molecular structures, transmuting elements, creating materials that didn't exist in nature. He'd made a ball of metallic hydrogen just to see if he could, then unmade it before it exploded. He could bend space, fold it, stretch it, compress it, create pockets of warped geometry where the rules were different. He'd spent one memorable evening creating a bubble of slowed time around his left hand, watching his fingers move at 1/10 normal speed while the rest of him operated normally, and then reversing it so his hand moved 10 times faster, a blur of motion that was there and gone before his eye could track it. He could heal. This he'd discovered by accident. A cut on his palm from a rough edge of stone had sealed itself in seconds, the fundament flooding the damaged tissue with raw creative energy, knitting cells together, erasing the wound as if it had never existed. He tested it further cautiously with small injuries, a pinprick, a bruise, a deliberately stubbed toe, and each time the fundament responded instantly, repairing damage with an efficiency that made Madame Pomfrey's entire skill set look quaint. And he could sense things. Everything. The castle's structure down to the individual stones. The magical signatures of every person within its walls, each one unique, each one a pattern of fundament energy as distinctive as a fingerprint. He could feel Dumbledore in his office, a blazing nexus of power. He could feel Snape in the dungeons, his magical signature dark and complex and tightly controlled. He could feel Umbridge, a pinched, rigid energy, constrained and constraining, the magical equivalent of a clenched fist. And he could feel the Horcrux in the room of requirement, a dark, pulsing wrongness, a hole in the fundament's fabric, and it made his skin crawl every time his awareness brushed past it. The Hogsmeade weekend arrived with a bright Saturday morning, cold and crisp, the kind of autumn day that existed specifically to make you feel alive. Harry walked down to the village with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, and for a few hours he let himself be a normal teenager. They went to Honeyjuke's, and he bought more chocolate frogs than any reasonable person needed. They went to Zonko's, and Ron spent 20 minutes debating the merits of different varieties of dung bomb with the weary patience of a connoisseur. They went to the Three Broomsticks and drank butter beer, and Hermione got foam on her nose, and Ginny laughed so hard she snorted, which made her blush furiously, which made everyone else laugh harder. It was good. It was needed. The simple warmth of friendship, of normal pleasures, of being 15 and alive on a beautiful day. Harry held on to it like a talisman. They were on the high street, heading back toward the castle, when the air changed. Harry felt it before he heard it, a ripple in the fundament, a disturbance like a stone dropped in still water. Then the sound, a low, resonant hum rising in pitch coming from everywhere and nowhere. The hairs on Harry's arms stood up. His wrist scar flared indigo. "Get behind me," he said. "Harry, what now?" They moved. Ron pulled Ginny back. Hermione grabbed Neville's arm. Harry stepped forward into the middle of the high street and looked up. They came out of the sky. 30 of them, maybe more, descending on Hogsme in a V formation that spoke of military discipline and practiced coordination. They wore gray, the same dark gray as the operative Harry had confronted in the castle, and they fell with controlled grace, slowing their descent with magic that wasn't quite apparition, wasn't quite flight, but something in between. Each one carried a staff, not a wand, a staff, long and dark and etched with binding symbols that glowed with that cold blue-white light Harry had seen in the suppression sphere. Custodians. Not one operative this time. An army. They landed in a perimeter around the village. A precise, choreographed deployment that sealed every exit, every path, every possible route of escape. The hum intensified, and Harry realized it was coming from the staffs, each one adding its frequency to a growing harmonic that pressed against his fundament sense like a vice. Students were screaming. Shopkeepers were rushing to their doors. Madame Rosmerta burst out of the Three Broomsticks with her wand drawn and a face like thunder. A figure descended last, landing in the center of the street with a precision that was almost theatrical. Seraphina Vose. She'd exchanged her gray robes for something more martial, close-fitting, armored, dark as a shadow. Her silver hair was pulled back tight. Her pale eyes found Harry across 50 feet of cobblestone and locked on. "Mr. Potter," she called, and her voice carried the way a trained voice does, cutting through the screams and chaos without apparent effort. "We need to talk." "This is your idea of talking," Harry gestured at the custodian perimeter. 30 soldiers and a binding field. "This is my idea of being prepared." Seraphina walked toward him, her steps measured, her posture the studied calm of someone who had rehearsed this moment. "After your encounter with my operative, after the wellspring activation, the council determined that observation was no longer sufficient. The fundament activity at Hogwarts has increased 400% in 3 weeks. The cascade risks are approaching critical. The only risk here is what you're doing right now. There are children in this village. Which is why I'm giving you the opportunity to come willingly. Come where? To a facility where your connection can be properly assessed and, if necessary, safely contained. We have protocols. You have chains. Harry's voice was flat. You've got binding staffs designed to suppress fundament energy. You've got a perimeter designed to prevent escape. This isn't an assessment. It's an abduction. Seraphina's expression didn't flicker. It's a necessary precaution. For whom? For the world, Mr. Potter. You are a 15-year-old boy connected to a force that could unmake reality. You have had this power for less than 3 months. You have no training, no oversight, no institutional framework to guide you. I have friends. I have a school. I have a headmaster who, for all his faults, understands that you don't contain power by locking it in a box. Akenasset had friends too, and a school, and advisors who told him he could handle it. And then he leveled a city. The name landed like a slap. Harry had read the scroll. He knew the story or the outline of it. Akenasset, the last conduit who had touched the root and been changed by it, and eventually destroyed by the gap between his power and his wisdom. But Harry also knew something Seraphina didn't. He knew what the wellspring had shown him. He knew that Akenasset hadn't leveled a city through carelessness or loss of control. He'd done it to stop a custodian binding ritual that would have sealed the fundament permanently. A ritual that would have cut off the root energy that sustained all magic, all life, everything. Akhenaset had destroyed a city to save the world, and the custodians had spent 3,000 years telling the story as a cautionary tale instead of what it actually was, a tragedy caused by their own overreach. Harry didn't say any of this. Instead, he said, "I'm not leaving." "Then I'm compelled to act." She raised her hand. The custodians on the perimeter raised their staffs. The binding hum intensified, a harmonic frequency designed to resonate with fundament energy and suppress it, the accumulated technological achievement of 40 centuries of custodian engineering. Harry felt it press against the connection in his wrist, felt it try to clamp down, to choke off the flow. It was strong, genuinely strong. 30 staffs in harmonic resonance powered by binding runes older than civilization, focused through crystalline cores that had been grown in fundament null zones over decades. Any other conduit, any historical conduit would have been brought to their knees. Harry breathed through it. The suppression pressed in. His wrist ached. The fundament dimmed in his awareness, flickering like a candle in a wind. For a moment, one moment, he felt what Seraphina wanted him to feel. Weakness, limitation, the walls closing in. Then the wellspring answered. It came up through the ground like a geyser, not from Harry's wrist, from beneath. From the Hogwarts wellspring 5 miles to the north, channeled through the fundament network that ran through every inch of Scottish bedrock. A surge of root energy so massive, so fundamental that the suppression field didn't just fail, it reversed. The binding harmonics shattering against the incoming wave like glass against a tsunami. 30 custodian staffs exploded simultaneously. The detonations were contained, the staffs were designed to fail safely. Their engineers weren't stupid, but the shock of it was total. 30 trained operatives staggered, their weapons gone, their carefully rehearsed formation broken. Several fell. One cried out. Seraphina stood firm. She dropped her hand and drawn a secondary weapon, a shorter staff, personal, clearly her own rather than standard issue. It blazed with concentrated binding energy, and she drove it into the ground between them, creating a localized suppression zone around herself, a bubble of fundamental space that she stood in like a fortress. "I warned the council this might not work," she said, and her voice was different now. The polished diplomat was gone, replaced by something rawer and more honest. "I told them you were beyond our standard protocols. They didn't listen. So listen to me instead." Harry stepped toward her. The suppression bubble pushed against him and he walked through it the way you walk through a spiderweb, feeling the strands catch and break. One by one, the binding energy dissolving against the fundament flowing through him. "I don't want to fight you, Seraphina. I don't want to fight anyone. But I will not be contained, and I will not be controlled, and if you push me, I will push back, and you know that you can't match what I can do. The wellspring makes you powerful. It doesn't make you right. Number being right makes me right. You've spent 4,000 years suppressing the fundament because you're afraid of what it can do, but you've never asked what it should do. You've never considered that maybe the root isn't a threat to be contained, but a gift to be understood. Gifts don't level cities. Neither did Akhenaset. Not really. I've seen what happened, the wellspring showed me. He destroyed that city to stop your predecessors from sealing the fundament forever. He sacrificed everything to keep the root alive. And you turned his sacrifice into a horror story to justify your own fear. Something shifted behind Seraphina's eyes. A crack in the foundation of her certainty, small but real, the first fracture in a worldview she'd built her life on. Behind her, the custodians were regrouping. Some had drawn wands, conventional wands their staffs destroyed. Others were reaching for secondary devices. Harry felt them moving, felt the tactical formation taking shape, and knew that the next 60 seconds would determine whether this ended in conversation or catastrophe. "Hermione," he said, without turning. "The binding ritual. The one they used on the staffs. What's the resonance frequency?" Hermione's voice came from behind him, sharp and clear and incredibly fast. 12.7 terahertz, harmonic series based on the Custodian prime sequence. The counter-resonance would be the inverse, 12.7 divided by the golden ratio, approximately 7.85 terahertz, propagated through a standing wave. Harry loved that woman's brain. He didn't create a standing wave. He did something simpler and more absolute. He reached into the fundament and changed the resonance frequency of the local area. Not the staffs, not the devices, not the custodians, the space itself. He altered the fundamental vibrational properties of the air and ground and stone in a 100-meter radius so that 12.7 terahertz simply didn't exist here anymore. Every custodian device, every binding rune, every piece of suppression technology that operated on that frequency went dead. Instantly. Completely. As if someone had unplugged the universe. The effect was immediate and devastating. Custodians reached for secondary weapons and found them inert. Binding circles drawn in chalk on the cobblestones flickered and died. The hum that had pressed against Harry's senses vanished, replaced by a ringing silence that was almost louder. Seraphina's personal staff went dark in her hands. She stared at it, then at Harry, and her face went through something that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite awe but lived in the neighborhood between them. How did you? I changed the rules. Locally, temporarily. Your technology works on a specific frequency. I removed that frequency from this location. Harry held up his left hand, palm open, offering rather than threatening. I could have done worse. I could have destroyed your devices permanently, or turned them against you, or simply incapacitated every person in your formation. I didn't, because I don't want to hurt anyone, but I need you to understand something. He let the fundament rise. Not as a weapon, not as a display, as a statement. The air around him warmed. The light shifted, gaining that indigo tinge that was becoming his signature. The cobblestones under his feet glowed faintly, and the buildings on either side of the street seemed to lean in, as if the village itself was gathering close to hear what he had to say. The fundament isn't a problem to be solved. It's the solution to problems you don't even know you have. Voldemort has driven hooks into the root, horcruxes, anchored in the fundamental substrate of reality, parasites feeding on the energy that sustains everything. Every day they exist, they do damage. Damage to the fundament, to magic, to the fabric of the world itself. I can remove them. I can end Voldemort's immortality and heal the wounds he's inflicted on reality. That is what the root woke me up to do, and you are standing in my way. Seraphina was very still. The custodians behind her were very still. The whole village was very still, watching, listening, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone like gravity. If what you're saying is true, Seraphina said slowly, if the Dark Lord has parasitized the fundament, I'm not asking you to take my word for it. Come to the wellspring. See for yourself. The evidence is there, the network of dark threads, the Horcrux anchors, the damage they're doing. Bring your sensors, bring your analysts. See what Voldemort has done to the root, and then tell me I should be contained. A long, terrible silence. Seraphina looked at him, and Harry could see the war happening behind her eyes. 4,000 years of doctrine versus the evidence of her own senses, the institutional certainty of the custodians versus the undeniable reality of what this boy had just done, effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. And beneath all of it, something else. Something personal, something vulnerable, something she'd probably never admit to. Hope. The faintest, most reluctant hope that maybe the world was bigger and better than she'd been taught to believe. Stand down, she said. The words were quiet, directed at her operatives, and they carried the weight of a decision that couldn't be unmade. Ma'am, one of them said, stand down, all units, withdraw the perimeter. Hesitation. Confusion. These were disciplined soldiers, trained to follow orders, but the order contradicted everything they'd come here to do. That is a direct command, Seraphina said, and her voice was iron. Stand down. They stood down, staffs were lowered, wands were sheathed. The perimeter dissolved, custodians falling back to their extraction points with the precise choreography of a retreat that was trying very hard not to look like one. Seraphina turned back to Harry. Show me the wellspring. After you help clean up the mess you've made. Harry gestured at the village, the damaged cobblestones, the frightened shopkeepers, the students who were clustered in doorways and behind walls with expressions ranging from terrified to thrilled. These people were caught in your operation. They deserve an apology. Custodians don't. Today they do. Serafina looked at him for a long moment. Then, to Harry's genuine surprise, the corner of her mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but the ghost of one, the faintest acknowledgement that she was dealing with someone who demanded things that no one had demanded of the custodians in millennia. "Fine," she said. "A brief statement, expressing regret for the disruption, and compensation for damages. Don't push it." "I'm absolutely pushing it. Madame Rosmerta's window is cracked from the staff explosions." Serafina glanced at the 3 broomsticks, where Rosmerta was standing in the doorway with her arms crossed and a face like a storm. She looked back at Harry. "We'll cover the window, and a round of butter beers for everyone who was in the pub." The ghost smile flickered again. "You're enjoying this?" "A little bit, yeah." The cleanup took an hour. Custodians, looking deeply uncomfortable in the unfamiliar role of civil servants, repaired cobblestones, fixed windows, and distributed awkward apologies to bewildered shopkeepers. Serafina made a brief public statement that was technically an expression of regret, but delivered with the warmth of a tax audit. Rosmerta got her window fixed and her butter beers paid for, and Harry counted it as a win. Ron materialized at his elbow during the proceedings. "I want you to know," Ron said, "that watching an ancient secret society apologize for property damage is the single greatest thing I've ever witnessed. Better than the time Fred and George turned the Slytherin common room pink." Significantly, Hermione was talking to one of the custodian operatives, a young woman who looked barely older than they were, and appeared to be conducting an impromptu interview about binding resonance theory. The operative looked like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming Hermione. Ginny had found a seat on a low wall and was watching the whole scene with her chin on her hand, a private smile on her face. Neville was helping Madame Puddifoot sweep debris from her front step with the quiet, uncomplaining helpfulness that was Neville's defining characteristic. When it was done, Harry led Serafina to the castle. Just the 2 of them, she'd ordered her operatives to extract, and Harry had left his friends with a promise to fill them in later. They walked up the path from Hogsme in a silence that started hostile and softened, incrementally, into something more like mutual wariness. "You're not what I expected," Serafina said as the castle gates came into view. "What did you expect?" Akanasset's scroll describes the conduit experience as overwhelming, disorienting. He writes about losing himself in the power, struggling to maintain his identity against the tide. "You seem," she searched for the word, "comfortable." "I am comfortable. The fundament doesn't feel foreign to me. It feels like something I've always had and didn't know was there. That's what concerns me." "Why?" "Because the root is not a human thing. It predates humanity. It predates biology. For a human mind to integrate it without resistance suggests either exceptional compatibility or a failure to recognize the danger." Harry considered this. "Or maybe it suggests that the custodians have been wrong about the root for 4,000 years. Maybe it's not inherently dangerous. Maybe it's only dangerous when it's suppressed, when you dam the river and pressure builds. Maybe a conduit who works with the fundament instead of against it can channel it safely. That is a very optimistic theory. I'm an optimistic person." Serafina gave him a sidelong look that suggested she found this claim dubious. They entered the castle and descended to the wellspring chamber. Harry opened the door with a touch, and Serafina stopped on the threshold, her silver eyes going wide, her composure cracking for the first time. The chamber had changed since Harry had first found it. The wellspring was brighter, stronger, more vivid, its column of light pulsing with a steady, powerful rhythm that filled the space with warmth and luminance. The symbols on the walls blazed. The air hummed with energy that was palpable, that pressed against the skin like sunlight, like music, like the presence of something vast and benevolent. Serafina stepped inside like someone entering a cathedral. Her hand rose involuntarily to her chest. "This is," she started and stopped. "I've read about the wellsprings, we have records, but I've never," she stopped again. Her eyes were bright. "It's beautiful." "Look deeper," Harry said, Past the beauty, see the damage. She had her own methods of perception, custodian techniques, she called them, millennia of developed practice for sensing fundament energy. She closed her eyes and reached out with whatever inner sense the custodians had cultivated, and Harry watched her face change as she found what he'd found. The dark threads, the Horcrux anchors, the parasitic hooks driven into the root, draining energy, corrupting the substrate, weakening the fabric of reality itself. Serafina opened her eyes. Her face was ashen. How long has this been here? Since the 1940s at least, probably earlier for some of them. We didn't detect this. 50 years of fundament parasitism and we didn't. She pressed her hand to her mouth. Our sensors aren't calibrated for this. We look for surges, for eruptions, for uncontrolled releases. We don't look for drains. We've been so focused on the threat of too much fundament energy that we never considered someone might be siphoning it off. Voldemort didn't know what he was doing. He was trying to achieve immortality through dark magic. But the mechanism he used, soul-splitting, object-tankering, accidentally drove hooks into the root. The Horcruxes are drawing on the fundament to sustain themselves, and the drain is weakening the entire network. How much weakening? I don't know exactly, but the wellspring is running at a fraction of its capacity. The fundament flow through the castle, through the entire region, is diminished, and it's getting worse. Every day the Horcruxes remain, they draw more. Serafina was quiet for a long time. She stood in the wellspring's light, her silver hair glowing, her pale eyes moving as she processed, not just the information but its implications. Everything she'd been taught, everything the custodians had built their mission on. The assumption that the greatest threat to the fundament was human access, human ambition, human channeling. And here was the reality, that the greatest threat was a human who'd never even known the fundament existed, who damaged it through ignorance and dark magic rather than through the conscious channeling the custodians had spent millennia trying to prevent. We were looking in the wrong direction, she said finally. Yes, for 4,000 years. I wouldn't say the whole 4,000 years were wasted. You clearly developed some impressive technology. She gave him a look that was almost, but not quite, amused. You're very glib for someone carrying the weight of creation. Coping mechanism. You should hear me after a potions exam. Serafina turned to face him fully. Something had settled in her expression, a decision made, a line crossed. What do you need? From you? From the custodians. You said you can remove the Horcruxes. What do you need to do it? For the ones at a distance, the locket, the cup, the ring, I need to reach them through the fundament network. The wellspring gives me enough power, but I need precision. Your sensors, your mapping technology, if you can give me exact coordinates of the dark threads, I can follow them to their source and burn them out. And the one in the castle, I'll handle that directly. The diadem is in the room of requirement. I'll go in, find it, and destroy it. And the one in you. Harry touched his forehead scar. It was cold, as always, a dead thing, a parasite, a piece of someone else's broken soul lodged in his skull. That one's more complicated. The Horcrux in me is entangled with my own fundament connection. Removing it without damaging the connection requires finesse. More finesse than you currently have, possibly. That's why I'm not doing it first. I'll start with the external Horcruxes, build my skill, and work up to the hard one. Serafina nodded. Then in a gesture that surprised them both, she extended her hand. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm, dry, professional, but her eyes for just a moment were warm. I'll brief the council, she said. This will not be an easy conversation. Many of them have spent their careers committed to a doctrine that I'm about to tell them is fundamentally flawed. How many of them will listen? Some. The ones who joined the custodians out of genuine concern for the root rather than institutional loyalty. The others, she withdrew her hand. The others may act independently. I can't control all of them. I appreciate the warning. It's not a warning. It's an apology in advance. She looked at the wellspring one more time, and Harry saw something in her face that he recognized, the specific aching expression of someone seeing something beautiful for the first time and knowing it changed everything. I've spent my whole life guarding against this, protecting the world from the root, and now I'm standing in its light and it's, she shook her head. Take care of it, Mr. Potter. Harry. Harry. She said it carefully, as if testing the weight of a name instead of a designation. Then she turned and walked up the stairs, and Harry listened to her footsteps fade and stood alone in the wellspring's glow and began to plan. The diadem first. The closest Horcrux, the easiest to reach, the best test case. He went to the room of requirement that night. Ron and Hermione came with him, not because he needed help, but because they refused to let him do this alone, and because Harry had learned over 4 years of friendship that the people who loved you were not obstacles to be protected, but allies to be trusted. The room gave them what they needed. The room of hidden things, the vast cathedral of lost objects, the accumulated junk and treasure of 1,000 years of students shoving things where they'd be forgotten. Mountains of broken furniture, teetering stacks of books, the skeletons of old brooms, a stuffed troll, a cabinet that hummed with dark energy. And on a bust of an old wizard on a high shelf near the back, a tarnished silver diadem that radiated wrongness like a wound. Harry could see it clearly with his fundament sight, the dark thread that ran from the diadem down into the root, the parasitic hook that drew energy, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that lived inside the metal, twisted and furious and afraid. "There it is," he said. Ron and Hermione stood back. Not far, close enough to reach to help to be there. But they gave Harry space, understanding without being told that what was about to happen required concentration and proximity, and the kind of power that didn't need an audience. Harry reached up and took the diadem from the bust. It screamed. Not audibly, not with sound. The Horcrux screamed through the fundament, a pulse of dark energy that ripped through the root network like a razor through silk. Harry felt it in his bones, in his teeth, in the scar on his forehead that blazed with sudden, vicious pain. The diadem was fighting, the soul fragment inside it recognizing the threat, lashing out with everything it had. And what it had was the distilled malice and desperation of Lord Voldemort's fractured soul. Images slammed into Harry's mind. Cedric falling, Sirius screaming, Ron and Hermione lying broken and still, their eyes open and empty, their bodies cooling on cold stone. His parents' voices pleading, "Not Harry, please, not Harry," and the green flash and the laughter and the endless, echoing grief. Harry held the diadem and let the visions come and did not flinch. He had seen worse. He had lived worse. The graveyard was worse. Watching Cedric die was worse. 14 years at the Dursleys was worse. The visions were Voldemort's last defense, psychological warfare, emotional manipulation, an attempt to make Harry let go through sheer pain and despair. Against someone without the fundament, it might have worked. Against Harry, it was a tantrum. He reached into the diadem with his fundament sense and found the dark thread, the hook, the anchor, the parasitic connection that tethered the Horcrux to the root. He wrapped his awareness around it the way you'd wrap your fingers around a splinter, and he pulled. The Horcrux shrieked. The dark thread resisted. It had been embedded for decades, had grown into the fundament like a root into soil, and tearing it free was like pulling a tooth from a jaw. Harry gritted his teeth and pulled harder, pouring fundament energy into the connection, flooding it with the raw creative force of the root, and the dark thread couldn't hold. It was a parasite trying to cling to a host that had become immune, and the immune response was overwhelming. The thread snapped. The Horcrux anchor tore free from the fundament, and the soul fragment in the diadem, cut off from its power source, severed from the root that had sustained it, convulsed and died. A wisp of dark smoke rose from the tarnished silver, coiling in the air, and Harry heard, faintly, a scream that might have been Tom Riddle's voice, distant and fading, and then silence. The diadem sat in Harry's hand, inert, dead metal. The dark thread was gone, the anchor destroyed, the wound in the fundament already closing, root energy flowing in to fill the space where the parasite had been. "It's done," Harry said. His hands were shaking. His forehead scar throbbed. The Horcrux in his skull had felt the death of its sibling, had recoiled, was even now transmitting its distress through the connection to Voldemort, who was sitting somewhere in the dark, feeling pieces of his immortality crumble. Hermione was beside him. "Harry, your nose is bleeding." He touched his upper lip. His fingers came away red. "Side effect, I'll be fine." Ron was on his other side, steady, solid, his hand on Harry's shoulder. One down, 4 to go." Harry looked at the dead diadem, plus the one in me. We'll get there, Ron said. One at a time. They left the room of requirement. The castle hummed around them, warmer than before, the wellspring's energy flowing a fraction more freely now that one of the parasites was gone. Harry could feel the difference, subtle, like the improvement in breathing when one nostril clears during a cold. Small, but real. A step in the right direction. They were halfway to Gryffindor Tower when Dumbledore appeared at the end of the corridor. He looked like he'd been running, which was alarming in itself. Dumbledore didn't run, as a rule, preferring to project the serene omniscience of someone who was always exactly where he intended to be. But his robes were disheveled and his half-moon spectacles were slightly askew, and there was a tension in his face that Harry had never seen before. Harry, thank God, you need to come to my office. Now, what's happened? Voldemort, he's made a move. Dumbledore's blue eyes were burning with an intensity that bordered on fever. He attacked the Gaunt Shack, the location of the ring Horcrux. He's moved it. He's moving all of them. Harry felt his stomach drop. He felt the diadem die. He felt it. And he's panicking. He's relocating every Horcrux he can reach to a single fortified location. And Harry, Dumbledore's voice dropped. He's coming here. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. He's marshalling his forces. Death Eaters, Giants, Dementors, everything he has. He's going to attack Hogwarts. The corridor seemed to narrow around them. Harry felt Ron and Hermione draw closer, felt their fear and their determination in equal measure. Why Hogwarts? Hermione asked. He has to know Harry is strongest here with the wellspring, because the wellspring is exactly the point, Dumbledore said. He doesn't want to avoid Harry's power. He wants to take it. He's found a ritual, old, dark, catastrophic. A way to use the Horcrux in Harry's scar as an anchor point to rip the fundament connection out of Harry entirely and absorb it himself. Can he do that? In theory, with sufficient dark magic and a direct link to the target which the Horcrux provides, yes. It would require a blood sacrifice, enormous power and proximity to a fundament wellspring to channel the stolen energy, all of which he intends to bring to Hogwarts. Harry absorbed this. The fear was there, distant, acknowledged, filed away. Voldemort was coming. Voldemort had a plan to steal his power. Voldemort was going to attack the school, endanger his friends, risk everything, because that was what Voldemort did: escalate, dominate, destroy. But Harry had a plan too, and his plan was better. How long do we have? Days, perhaps a week. My intelligence suggests he's waiting for the giants to arrive from the north. Then we use the time. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. He looked at Dumbledore. The fundament pulsed in his wrist, steady and warm and ready. I need to destroy the remaining Horcruxes before he gets here. All of them. If he arrives at Hogwarts with his soul intact, we're fighting an immortal. If I can burn out the Horcruxes first, including the one in me, then he's just a wizard. A powerful one, but mortal. Killable? The external Horcruxes have been moved, Dumbledore said. We don't know where. I don't need to know where. I can feel them through the fundament network. The dark threads are still there, even if the objects have been relocated. I can follow the threads to their new positions and destroy them at a distance. Dumbledore stared at him. At a distance, without physical contact. The wellspring gives me enough reach. The threads give me a path. I flood the connections with fundament energy, overwhelm the anchors, and burn the soul fragments out. Same thing I just did with the diadem, but remotely. That will require immense power. I'm sitting on top of the largest fundament wellspring in the northern hemisphere. Power isn't the problem. Harry paused. The problem is the one in my head. Destroying the other Horcruxes remotely is surgical. Destroying the one in my own skull is complicated. Potentially fatal, Hermione said quietly. Potentially, Harry acknowledged. Which is why I do that one last, after all the others are gone, when it's the only anchor Voldemort has left. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, waited moment. Whatever he saw in Harry's face, determination, conviction, the quiet certainty of someone who had counted the costs and accepted them, seemed to satisfy him. He nodded. Then we prepare, Dumbledore said. I will alert the Order. Full mobilization. Every ally, every resource. If Voldemort is bringing a war to Hogwarts, we will be ready. And I'll be in the Wellspring Chamber, Harry said. Burning horcruxes. They parted. Dumbledore strode off to rally his forces, his robes billowing, his spine straight, looking for the first time in months like the general he'd once been rather than the tired old man he'd been becoming. Ron and Hermione walked with Harry back toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle was quiet around them, sleeping, but Harry could feel its awareness, the ancient intelligence of a building that knew war was coming and was gathering itself, tightening its wards, strengthening its walls, preparing to defend its inhabitants the way it had been built to do 1,000 years ago. "Harry," Hermione said, and her voice was careful. "The Horcrux in you. When you say it's complicated, I mean it might kill me." Yeah, she didn't cry. Hermione Granger in moments of genuine crisis did not cry. She crystallized, her emotions hardening into focus and purpose. "Then we find a way to make sure it doesn't. Hermione, number I'm not accepting potentially fatal as a planned parameter. There has to be a way to remove the Horcrux without destroying the host. The fundament is a creative force. It builds, it sustains, it heals. If there's a way to use it to excise a parasite without killing the patient, I will find it." She looked at him with eyes that were fierce and bright and absolutely certain. "I didn't spend 5 years keeping you alive through sheer force of research to lose you now." Harry felt something crack inside his chest, not pain, not grief, but love, the simple, staggering weight of being cared about by someone who would burn down a library to save him. "Okay," he said, "find it. I'll need access to the wellspring chamber and the Akanasset scroll and possibly some custodian texts if Seraphina's willing to share. I'll make sure she is." "Good." Hermione squared her shoulders. "I'll start tonight." She peeled off toward the library, already moving at the focused, purposeful clip of a woman on a mission. Harry and Ron watched her go. "She's going to save your life, you know," Ron said. "She usually does. And I'm going to help." Harry looked at him. Ron's face was set, not grim, not afraid, but resolved. The face of someone who'd made his choice a long time ago and didn't need to make it again. "You always do," Harry said. Ron nodded. They stood in the corridor, 2 boys carrying more than any boys should carry, and the castle hummed around them. And the night deepened, and somewhere in the darkness, Lord Voldemort gathered his armies and prepared his rituals and came closer, step by step, to the reckoning that had been building since a lightning bolt scar was carved into a baby's forehead 15 years ago. But there was another scar now. A second mark, older and deeper, connected to something vaster and more powerful than any dark wizard could comprehend. And Harry Potter, standing in the warm, humming heart of a castle that was waking to its ancient purpose, felt that scar pulse with the heartbeat of creation and knew, with a certainty that went beyond courage, beyond determination, beyond even the formidable power of the root beneath the root, that whatever came next, he would face it standing up. He would face it with his friends beside him, and he would not lose. Chapter 5. The first breath 3 days. That was how long Harry spent in the wellspring chamber burning Horcruxes. He went down on a Monday evening and didn't come back up until Thursday morning. And in between, he waged a war that no one could see. A war fought in the substrate of reality itself, along the dark threads that Voldemort had driven into the root, across distances measured not in miles but in the topology of the fundament network. Ron brought him food. Every few hours, without fail, appearing on the ancient stairs with sandwiches and pumpkin juice and the quiet, steady presence that was Ron's greatest gift. He didn't ask questions. He didn't hover. He sat on the bottom step and talked about normal things, Quidditch standings, Ginny's new Bat Bogey Hex variant, the ongoing catastrophe of Neville's attempts to ask Hannah Abbott to Hogsmeade, and the normalcy of his voice was an anchor, a thread connecting Harry to the human world while the rest of him was buried in the infinite. Hermione brought him research. She'd been working around the clock, cross-referencing the Akanasset scroll with custodian texts that Seraphina had grudgingly provided, building a theoretical framework for Horcrux removal that was part magical theory, part fundament physics, and part sheer Hermione Granger bloody-mindedness. She'd filled 17 feet of parchment with notes, diagrams, and calculations, and she presented them to Harry in organized sections with color-coded annotations, because even at the end of the world, Hermione believed in proper documentation. The locket was first. Harry found it through the fundament network, a dark knot of parasitic energy, relocated from wherever Voldemort had hidden it to a new location that Harry's expanded senses placed somewhere in the northwest of England. Voldemort had warded it heavily, layered it with dark protections, surrounded it with curses and traps. Against a physical assault, it would have been formidable. Harry wasn't assaulting it physically. He was reaching through the root itself, following the dark thread that connected the Horcrux to the fundament, and the root's own network carried him like a current, bypassing every ward, every protection, every trap. The defenses were built to stop wizards. Harry wasn't operating as a wizard. He was operating as a force of nature. He found the anchor point, the hook driven into the fundament, and flooded it with root energy. The locket's soul fragment thrashed, fought, screamed through the network. Harry felt Voldemort's rage and terror bleed through the connection, the Dark Lord sensing another piece of his immortality dying, another anchor being torn from the bedrock of reality. The fragment threw visions at Harry, the same psychological warfare the diadem had attempted, but stronger, more desperate. Harry saw his friends dying in a dozen different ways. He saw Hogwarts burning. He saw Sirius falling through a dark archway, his face surprised, his body limp. He saw himself standing alone in a ruined world, the last living thing, condemned to exist forever in a wasteland of his own making. Harry watched the visions the way you watch a bad film, unmoved, unimpressed. He'd been shown worse by his own nightmares. He pulled the anchor free. The locket died. The cup was next. Somewhere in the south, London, Harry thought, deep underground, in a vault that thrummed with old magic and older greed. Gringotts, probably. It didn't matter. The dark thread led him there through the fundament, and the goblins' wards were no more effective against root energy than Voldemort's had been. The cup fought harder than the locket. It was older, more deeply anchored, and the soul fragment inside it had the desperate ferocity of a cornered animal. Harry burned it out in 3 hours of sustained effort that left him trembling and soaked in sweat, his nose bleeding freely, the wellspring's light blazing around him as it fed him the energy he needed. The ring was the hardest of the external Horcruxes. Voldemort had moved it to his own location, wherever he was, and Harry could feel him now, a dark, massive presence in the fundament network like a tumor on a nerve. The ring's thread led directly to the Dark Lord, and when Harry reached for it, Voldemort pushed back. It was the first direct confrontation between them through the fundament, and it was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort couldn't channel the root the way Harry could. He had no conduit, no connection, no wrist scar linking him to the first breath. But he had the Horcrux in Harry's forehead, and through that parasite he could siphon just enough fundament energy to resist, to claw at Harry's grip, to fight for his fragment with the savage tenacity of a man defending his own life. Because that's what it was. Every Horcrux Harry destroyed brought Voldemort one step closer to mortality, one step closer to being killable. And Voldemort, who had torn his own soul to pieces rather than face death, who had built his entire existence on the rejection of mortality, fought with the frenzied, irrational desperation of someone watching the walls of their fortress fall one by one. Harry fought him for 6 hours, not with spells, not with curses, with will, with intention, with the implacable, creative, life-affirming force of the fundament against the dark, parasitic, death-denying anchor of the Horcrux. It was a battle fought in a dimension that had no name, in a space that existed between spaces, and it was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. He won. The ring's anchor tore free with a psychic shockwave that Harry felt in his physical body, a jolt that knocked him flat, that split the skin on his palms where they pressed against the chamber floor, that made the wellspring flare so bright the chamber was momentarily whited out. Harry lay on the stone, gasping, bleeding from his nose and his palms and the corner of his left eye, his whole body shaking with exhaustion and something else, exhilaration maybe, or the specific, fierce joy of having fought something terrible and won. 3 down, 1 to go, the one in his head. He slept first. right there on the chamber floor, with the wellspring's light dimming to a gentle glow around him, the fundament wrapping him in warmth and healing, the ancient stone humming a frequency that was almost a lullaby. He slept for 12 hours, and when he woke he felt new, refreshed in a way that normal sleep never achieved, as if the fundament had spent the night repairing not just his body but his mind, smoothing away fatigue and stress and pain. Hermione was sitting at the base of the stairs when he opened his eyes, her back against the wall, the Aconasset scroll unrolled across her lap, her eyes ringed with the dark circles of someone who'd been sleeping even less than Harry. "I found it," she said. Harry sat up. "Found what?" "The way to remove the Horcrux without killing you." She looked at him, and her face was a complicated mixture of exhaustion and triumph, and the particular fierce tenderness that Hermione reserved for the moments when she'd solved a problem that mattered. "It's in the scroll. Aconasset, he did something similar. Not a Horcrux, but a parasitic entity that had attached itself to his fundament connection. He describes the removal process." She unrolled the relevant section and held it up. The shifting symbols reformed for Harry's eyes. The parasite must not be torn free, for it is entangled with the host's own root threads, and tearing risks severing the connection entirely. Instead, the conduit must do what the root itself does, not destroy but transform. Flood the parasitic thread with such concentrated creative energy that the parasite cannot maintain its nature. It is like light poured into shadow. The shadow does not fight the light. It simply ceases to exist where the light is. The parasite, overwhelmed with life force, with the energy of creation itself, loses its coherence as a separate entity. It dissolves. Not into death, into the root, return to the substrate from which all things come. The key is totality. The conduit must not hold back. Every particle of fundament energy available must be channeled through the connection simultaneously, flooding the parasitic thread from every direction at once, leaving no space for the parasite to cling to. Half measures will fail. Restraint will be fatal. Only absolute commitment, the full, unreserved release of the root's creative power, will burn the parasite clean. This will be painful. I will not pretend otherwise. It will feel like dying. It may for a moment actually be dying. But the root remembers its conduits. The root does not let go of what is its own. Harry read it twice. Then he looked at Hermione. "Don't hold back," he said. "That's the instruction. Pour everything in and trust the fundament to put me back together." Essentially, yes. The scroll implies that the process of flooding the Horcrux with creative energy will disrupt your own vital functions temporarily: cardiac arrest, neural shutdown, the physical symptoms of death. But if the fundament connection holds, which it should because the Horcrux is the parasite, not the connection, the root will restore you. Like a system reboot. Like dying and being resurrected by the fundamental force of reality. When you put it that way, it sounds dramatic. It is dramatic. Well, yes. Hermione folded the scroll with careful hands. "Harry, I need to be honest with you. The scroll suggests this will work. The theory is sound, but there's no guarantee. Aconasset survived his procedure, but he was dealing with a different kind of parasite and he'd been connected to the fundament for much longer. You've had your connection for 3 months. But I've got the wellspring. Aconasset didn't have a concentrated source to draw on. True, that's a significant advantage." She paused. "I've run the numbers. As much as you can run numbers on something that exists outside conventional mathematics. My best estimate is 85% chance of survival. I've survived worse odds. That's not as comforting as you think it is." Harry looked at her. Really looked at her. Hermione Jean Granger, bushy-haired and fierce-eyed and brilliant beyond measure, who had spent 72 hours without sleep to give him this, who had translated dead languages and built theoretical frameworks and challenged 4,000 years of custodian doctrine, because her best friend needed a way to survive. He loved her with a depth that he sometimes couldn't articulate, a love that was different from romance, deeper in some ways, the love of someone who knew you completely and chose to stand beside you anyway. "Hermione." "Yes. Thank you," she blinked rapidly. "You're welcome. Now eat something before you do this. You look terrible." He ate. Ron appeared with food, of course he did. Ron's timing with sandwiches was supernaturally precise, and they sat at the base of the wellspring stairs, the three of them, eating and not talking about what was about to happen because some things were too big for words and too important for silence. If this goes wrong, Harry started. It won't, Ron said, but if it does, it won't. Harry, Ron set down his sandwich. His blue eyes were steady, clear, absolutely certain. I've watched you survive a giant chess set, a basilisk, 100 dementors, a dragon, and Voldemort himself. Twice. You walked into Diagon Alley and burned an army of dementors out of existence. You fought the custodians and won without throwing a punch. You just destroyed 3 horcruxes in 3 days through sheer force of will. He leaned forward. You are not going to die on the floor of a magic cave because of a piece of Voldemort's manky soul. You're Harry Potter, you don't die, you just get more annoying. Harry laughed. It came out wet and ragged and entirely genuine. He's right, Hermione said. About everything except the annoying part. You're not annoying, you're exasperating. There's a difference. I love you both, Harry said. You know that, right? Obviously, Ron said. We love you too, Hermione said. Now stop being sentimental and go destroy a Horcrux. He went. The wellspring chamber welcomed him like an old friend, light and warmth and the deep, steady pulse of the root beneath the root. Harry stood at the center of the column of light and felt the fundament rise around him, in him, through him, an ocean of creative energy that connected him to everything that existed and everything that ever would. He reached for the Horcrux in his forehead. It was there as it had always been, cold, dark, parasitic. A piece of Tom Riddle's shattered soul lodged in his skull for 14 years. He could see it now with perfect clarity, the dark thread running from his scar down into the fundament, the hook buried in the root, drawing energy, corrupting the substrate around it. It was smaller than the others had been, a fragment of a fragment, the piece that had broken off accidentally on the night Voldemort's curse rebounded. But it was also the most deeply entangled because it had grown with Harry, had been part of him since infancy, its dark roots intertwined with Harry's own fundament connection like a vine strangling a tree. Don't hold back, the scroll had said. Only absolute commitment will burn the parasite clean. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of Ron, steady and true, who had never once in 5 years failed to stand beside him when it mattered. He thought of Hermione, brilliant and fierce, who had given him the knowledge to do this. He thought of Sirius, who had survived 12 years in hell and still had love to give. He thought of Dumbledore, flawed and frustrating and genuinely trying. He thought of Ginny's laugh and Neville's quiet courage and Luna's strange wisdom and Molly's fierce, encompassing love. He thought of his parents. James, who'd stood between Voldemort and his family without a wand, knowing he would die, choosing to buy time with his life. Lily, who'd refused to step aside, whose love had been so powerful, so absolute, that it had shattered the most lethal curse in existence and wrapped her son in protection that lasted 14 years. Their sacrifice hadn't just saved him from the killing curse. It had sealed the fundament connection, locked it away until he was old enough, strong enough, ready enough to bear it. They'd known. Maybe not consciously, maybe not in words, but in the deep, instinctive way that parents know what their children need, they'd known he was special, known he carried something vast and ancient, and they'd protected it along with him. He opened his eyes. The wellspring blazed. For you, he thought. For all of you, for everything that matters. And he let go. The fundament erupted through him. Not a tide, not a wave, not a river, a supernova, the total, unreserved release of every particle of root energy he could channel, drawn from the wellspring beneath him and the network around him, and the connection that ran from his wrist to the deepest foundation of reality. It poured through him in a torrent of creative force that was beyond power, beyond magic, beyond any framework of understanding he possessed. It was the energy of the Big Bang, the force that had ignited the first stars. The breath that had blown life into dead matter and consciousness into biology and meaning into the mathematical skeleton of the universe. It was the root beneath the root, the first breath, the beginning of everything. and it roared through Harry Potter with a fury and a joy and a love that was not human, because it was bigger than humanity, older than humanity, the love that existence bore for itself, the fierce creative ecstasy of a universe that wanted to be. It hit the Horcrux like the sun hitting a snowflake. The soul fragment screamed. Not metaphorically, Harry heard it, felt it. The psychic shriek of Tom Riddle's broken soul as the fundament's creative energy flooded the parasitic thread and overwhelmed it. The Horcrux tried to fight, tried to cling, to anchor, to resist, but there was nothing to resist with. Creative energy was pouring in from every direction, filling every gap, every crevice, every shadow where the parasite might hide. Light into darkness, life into death. The fundament's fundamental nature to create, to sustain, to exist, against the Horcrux's fundamental nature to deny, to corrupt, to persist through the violation of natural law. There was no contest. The Horcrux dissolved, not shattered, not destroyed, dissolved, broken down into its component energy and absorbed into the root, returned to the substrate from which all things came. The dark thread in Harry's forehead unraveled strand by strand, and the cold that had lived behind his scar for 14 years melted away, and the hook in the fundament pulled free, and the wound it left began to close, and Harry felt, his heart stopped. The scroll had warned him. Akhenaset had said it would feel like dying, and it did, and it wasn't a metaphor. His heart stopped. His brain stopped. His body, overwhelmed by the current of fundament energy that had just passed through it, shut down the way a circuit breaker trips when the load exceeds its capacity. For a span of time that had no duration, a gap between heartbeats, a pause between breaths, a moment that existed outside of time entirely, Harry Potter was dead. And in that moment he saw the root, not through the wellspring, not through his scar, directly. Unveiled, unmediated, the thing itself. It was everything, literally everything. Every atom, every photon, every thought, every dream, every moment of every life that had ever been or would ever be. It was the structure of reality seen from the inside, and it was not a force or an energy or a power. It was a pattern, an infinitely complex, infinitely beautiful pattern that contained within itself every possible configuration of matter and energy and meaning. And it was alive, not in the biological sense but in a deeper sense, alive the way a song is alive, the way a story is alive, a self-sustaining, self-creating, self-knowing pattern that had been running since the first instant of time and would run until the last. It saw him, or rather it recognized him, the pattern that was Harry Potter, the specific, unique, irreplaceable configuration of matter and meaning that existed nowhere else in the infinite complexity of the root. It recognized him the way a river recognizes a valley, not with thought, not with emotion, but with the simple, gravitational certainty of things that belong together. Go back, the pattern said, without saying anything at all. You are not finished. There is more to do, more to be, more to become. The valley still has depth. The river still has water. Go back. Harry's heart restarted. The jolt hit him like a lightning strike. A massive, physical shock that arched his back off the chamber floor and filled his lungs with air, and sent his blood roaring through veins that had been still for an interval that might have been a second or an eternity. His eyes flew open. The wellspring blazed above him, indigo and gold, and the chamber was shaking, the symbols on the walls pulsing in rhythm with his restored heartbeat, and the fundament was singing, not humming, singing, a frequency that resonated in every atom of his being, a vibration of pure, uncontainable joy. Harry lay on the floor and breathed. He was alive. The Horcrux was gone. The cold in his forehead scar was gone. The parasitic connection to Voldemort was gone. For the first time since he was 15 months old, his mind was entirely his own, clear, clean, free of the dark passenger that had lived behind his eyes for his entire conscious life. And the fundament, oh, the fundament. With the Horcrux removed, with the parasite that had been siphoning his connection for 14 years finally gone, the flow of root energy through his wrist scar wasn't just restored, it was unleashed. The difference was staggering. If before he'd been drinking from a river through a straw, now the straw was gone and the full current poured through him, vast and warm and singing with the energy of creation. Harry sat up. He looked at his hands. They glowed faintly, softly, with the same indigo gold light as the wellspring. His skin hummed. His blood sang. Every cell in his body was saturated with fundament energy, vibrating at a frequency that was beyond magic, beyond biology, the frequency of the root itself. He stood. His legs were steady. His mind was sharp. His body felt like it had been rebuilt from the ground up, which he supposed it had been. The fundament hadn't just restarted his heart. It had optimized him, repaired the years of malnutrition from the Dursleys, healed the old injuries, the bone-deep fatigue, the cumulative damage of 15 years of hardship and war. He felt for the first time in his life whole. He climbed the stairs. The door opened before he reached it, and on the other side, Ron and Hermione were waiting. Ron took one look at him, and his face broke into a grin so wide it threatened to split his head in two. "You absolute madman, you did it." Hermione burst into tears and threw her arms around his neck. "You died. I felt it. The monitoring charms registered no vital signs for 7 seconds. 7 seconds, Harry. I was about to come down there and what? Perform CPR on the fundament." She pulled back and smacked his arm, which was so perfectly, essentially Hermione, that Harry laughed. And then she laughed. And then Ron was there, arms around both of them, and they stood in the 7th-floor corridor in a three-way hug that was graceless and awkward and the best thing Harry had ever felt. "Your scar," Hermione said, pulling back, her eyes on his forehead. "Harry, it's gone." He reached up. The skin on his forehead was smooth. Not scarred, not raised, smooth, unmarked, as if the lightning bolt had never been there. 14 years of pain and connection and dark influence erased. "The wrist?" Ron asked. Harry pulled back his sleeve. The wrist scar was there, brighter than ever, a vivid line of deep indigo that pulsed with visible light, beautiful and alien and unmistakably his. The true scar, the original connection, uncontaminated, unparasitized, running clean and clear for the first time since his birth. "Voldemort just lost every Horcrux he ever made," Harry said. "All of them. In 3 days, he's mortal now." The words hung in the corridor like a bell tone. The implications were enormous, world-shaking, war-ending. Lord Voldemort, who had been unkillable since the 1940s, who had survived his own death in 1981 and clawed his way back to life through fragments of preserved soul, was now a mortal wizard standing on nothing. No safety net, no anchors, no immortality, just a man, a powerful, dangerous, desperate man who was bringing an army to their door. "How long?" Harry asked. Ron's grin faded. "Dumbledore says tomorrow, maybe tonight. The Order's been tracking movement all week, Death Eaters massing in the north, giants on the move, Dementor swarms reported over the Midlands. It's all converging. Where's Dumbledore? Great Hall, War Council. Everyone's there, the Order, the senior students, the custodians. The custodians. Serafina brought a contingent, 30 operatives. She says they're here to help." Harry absorbed this. The alliances were shifting, the pieces moving into position, the board being set for a game that would end one way or another in the next 24 hours. He felt the weight of it, the lives at stake, the futures hanging in the balance, the terrible, awesome responsibility of being the fulcrum on which it all turned. Then the weight settled and he carried it because that's what he did. "Let's go." The great hall was transformed. The house tables had been pushed to the walls, replaced by a massive conjured map of the Hogwarts grounds that floated at waist height, glowing with tactical information, ward boundaries, defensive positions, approach routes, terrain features. Around it stood the War Council: Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, Moody, Kingsley, Tonks, Lupin, Arthur, and Molly Weasley, Sirius, Serafina Vos with a cadre of grey-robed custodians, and every member of the Order of the Phoenix who could be recalled on short notice. The room fell silent when Harry walked in. It might have been the missing forehead scar. It might have been the glow, faint but visible, that suffused his skin. It might have been the way the air seemed to lean toward him as he moved, the way the enchanted candles brightened, the way the ancient magic of the Great Hall responded to his presence with something that felt like recognition. Whatever it was, every eye in the room tracked him as he crossed to the map table, and the quality of the attention was different from anything he'd felt before. Not fear, not awe, something closer to hope. "The Horcruxes are destroyed," Harry said. "All of them. Voldemort is mortal. The silence deepened, thickened, became something you could almost touch. Then Moody let out a bark of laughter, harsh, incredulous, delighted. All of them, the lot. Every last one, including the one in my head. Harry tapped his smooth forehead. He's got nothing left. No anchors, no safety nets. He can die like anyone else. Then we just have to kill him, Sirius said, and his thin face was fierce with a hunger that went back 14 years. He's bringing an army, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, but his eyes were alight. Harry had never seen Dumbledore look like this. Energized, galvanized. The years falling away as the prospect of a decisive battle sharpened him to a point. Our intelligence indicates a force of approximately 100 Death Eaters, 40 giants, and an unknown number of Dementors. They will approach from the north through the mountains and attempt to breach the castle's wards. The wards won't hold against giants, McGonagall said. They were designed for magical threats. The wards will hold, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. The castle sits on a fundament wellspring. I've activated it fully for the first time in 1,000 years. The wards aren't just magical anymore. They're drawing on the root. Giants, Dementors, dark magic, none of it can breach a barrier made of the substrate of reality. You've turned Hogwarts into a fundament fortress, Seraphina said. There was wonder in her voice and something else, the particular pain of someone watching everything they'd worked to prevent happen and realizing it was necessary. I've turned Hogwarts into what it was always supposed to be, what the founders built it to be, a stronghold on the root, defended by the root, powered by the root. Harry looked around the room. But the wards only stop them from getting in. They don't stop Voldemort. He's too powerful, too determined. He'll find a way through or around. And when he does, I need to be the one who faces him. Harry, Molly started. Not alone, Harry said, because he knew what she was thinking and she was wrong. I'm done with alone. Voldemort wants a duel, a showdown, a dramatic confrontation between the two of us. He can have it, but he's not getting it on an empty battlefield. He's getting it surrounded by every person in this room who's willing to fight. Because that's what he never understood. That power isn't just what you can do alone. It's what you can do together. Ron stepped up to the map table. His eyes were scanning the terrain with the focused, analytical look he got over a chess board, seeing patterns, calculating moves, reading the position. The north approach funnels through the valley between these two ridges. If we place defensive lines here and here, he pointed, we create a kill zone. The giants have to come through single file. That negates their numerical advantage. Moody looked at Ron with something approaching respect. The boy's got tactical sense. The boy's been playing chess since he was 6, Arthur said quietly with a father's restrained pride. Phileas, McGonagall said, turning to Flitwick, your charm's expertise, can we layer the ward boundary with physical barriers, conjured walls, earthworks? Easily, and I can lay trap charms in the approach corridors. Nothing lethal, immobilization, confusion, terrain alteration. Pomona, Dumbledore said, the herbology greenhouses. Do you have anything that might discourage a giant? Sprout's round face split into a grin that was genuinely frightening. I have a venomous tentacula that I've been feeding double portions since September. I also have 200 mandrake seedlings, a crate of bubitubers, and a devil's snare colony that I've been cultivating for situations exactly like this. Seraphina, Harry said, your operatives. Can they reinforce the wards? Your suppression technology works on fundament frequencies. Can you repurpose it as amplification instead? Seraphina's pale eyes widened fractionally. Invert the resonance. Instead of suppressing root energy, boost it. She turned to her nearest operative. Kale, can it be done? The operative, young, sharp-featured, quick, was already running calculations on a crystalline device. Theoretically, we'd need to recalibrate every staff, reverse the polarity of the binding runes. It's not what they were designed for. But can it be done? Give me 6 hours. You have 4. Planning consumed the rest of the day. The Great Hall became a command center, strategies debated and refined, positions assigned, contingencies mapped. Harry was at the center of it, not commanding exactly, but anchoring. his presence and his power the foundation on which every plan was built. Neville found him during a break, while Harry was standing at a window watching the sun set behind the mountains. The sky was red and gold, the kind of sunset that painters dream about and photographers chase, and Harry watched it with eyes that could see beyond the visible spectrum, that could feel the photons hitting the atmosphere and scattering into beauty. Harry. Neville stood beside him, still holding his pulsating plant, looking nervous and determined in equal measure. I want to fight. I know. I mean properly fight, not just stand in a line and cast shield charms. My parents, what happened to them, I've been hiding from that my whole life, trying to be small enough that it wouldn't find me. But it found me anyway because the world doesn't care if you're small or big, it just comes for you regardless. Neville's voice was steady, steadier than Harry had ever heard it. I'd rather face it standing up. Harry looked at him. Neville Longbottom, round-faced and perpetually nervous, who could barely cast a disarming charm in third year, who had been systematically underestimated by every person in his life, and who had followed Harry into the Department of Mysteries, who had stood his ground when everyone else fell, who had fought with a broken wand and a broken nose and never once considered running. You'll fight, Harry said. You'll fight beside me. Neville nodded. Something in his face changed, a settling, a solidifying, the final click of a personality that had been assembling itself piece by piece for 15 years and had just found its last component. Good, Neville said, and walked away to prepare, his pulsating plant tucked under his arm, his back straight. Night fell. The castle was alive with activity, students being organized, younger years being evacuated through the flu network to safe houses, older students choosing to stay and fight. Fred and George were distributing defensive devices from their personal inventory, with the manic generosity of entrepreneurs who'd found their market. Ginny was teaching fifth years how to properly cast a reductor curse, demonstrating on a practice dummy with a ferocity that left the dummy in splinters and the students in awe. Luna was in the astronomy tower, doing something with crystals and starlight that no one fully understood but that she insisted would help. Harry stood on the battlements and watched the darkness gather. He could feel them coming. Through the fundament, through the vast sensory network that the wellspring gave him, he could feel the approaching army, a mass of dark intent, moving through the mountains, closing the distance. Death Eaters, their magic sharp and bitter. Giants, their physical mass a dull, heavy pressure. Dementors, voids in the fabric of reality, absences that his fundament sense flinched from. And at the head of it all, a presence that Harry would have recognized anywhere. Cold, powerful, terrified. Lord Voldemort, mortal for the first time in 50 years, leading his army not with confidence but with desperation, because he had felt every Horcrux die, had felt his immortality strip away piece by piece. And he was coming to Hogwarts not because he thought he would win, but because the alternative, accepting his mortality, accepting that Harry Potter had rendered him killable, was more than his fractured psyche could bear. Voldemort would rather die fighting than live knowing he could die. Harry almost pitied him. Almost. They'll be here by dawn, Dumbledore said, appearing beside him on the battlements. The headmaster looked different tonight, younger somehow, or maybe just more alive, as if the prospect of a final battle had burned away the weariness that had accumulated over decades. His wand, the Elder Wand, Harry knew, though they'd never discussed it, was in his hand, and it hummed with a power that Harry could feel as a counterpoint to his own. I'll be ready. I know you will. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Harry, I owe you an apology. For which part? A faint, rueful smile. For all of it. Keeping secrets. For making decisions about your life without consulting you. For treating you as a piece on a board rather than a person with agency and power and the right to determine his own fate. The smile faded. I was afraid. I saw the fundament mark on your wrist when you were an infant, and I was afraid of what it meant, and I responded to that fear by trying to control the situation, by withholding information, by managing you. He paused. I should have trusted you. Yeah, Harry said. You should have. Can you forgive me? Harry looked at the old man, flawed, brilliant, infuriating, well-intentioned, human. He'd made mistakes, enormous, consequential mistakes that had shaped Harry's life in ways that couldn't be undone. But he'd also fought for decades against darkness and tyranny and the small, grinding cruelties of a world that rewarded power over compassion. He'd been wrong about a lot of things, but he'd been right about the most important one, that love mattered more than power. "I already have," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. He nodded once and looked out at the dark mountains where an army was gathering. "Fight well tomorrow, Harry. Fight well yourself, sir." Dumbledore left. Harry stayed on the battlements, feeling the night deepen, feeling the army approach, feeling the fundament hum in his bones and the wellspring pulse beneath the castle and the stars lean down from the sky, bright and ancient and full of the same fire that burned in his wrist. He wasn't afraid. He was ready. Dawn came gray and cold, mist rising from the lake, the mountains emerging from darkness like sleeping giants waking. Harry stood at the castle's front gate with his friends around him and watched the enemy come. They emerged from the mist like a nightmare made flesh. Giants first, towering, brutal, their footsteps shaking the earth, their clubs raised, their small eyes burning with the dull malice of creatures bred for violence. Behind them, Death Eaters in their masks and black robes, 100 strong, wands raised, spells already forming. And above them all, Dementors, a swirling, seething mass of darkness blotting out the gray sky, turning the cold morning colder. At the center of the army, Voldemort. He looked wrong. Harry could see it even at a distance. The Dark Lord's physical form was deteriorating, the loss of his horcruxes manifesting as visible decay. His skin, always pale, was now translucent, stretched over bones that seemed too prominent, too sharp. His red eyes burned with a fever brightness that spoke of pain barely contained. His movements were stiff, controlled, the careful economy of someone conserving energy they couldn't afford to spend. He was dying. Slowly, by degrees, the mortal body that his fractured soul could no longer fully sustain was failing. And he knew it. Harry could see it in the rigid set of his jaw, in the white-knuckled grip on his wand, in the desperate, incandescent fury that radiated from him like heat from a forge. This was not a confident invasion. This was a last stand. Defensive positions. Kingsley's voice boomed across the grounds. The order deployed, aurors and fighters spreading along the ward boundary, wands raised, faces set. McGonagall led the Hogwarts professors into a secondary line behind the first, her thin face carved from stone. Flitwick, tiny and fierce, had his wand in one hand and was conjuring earthworks with the other, walls of packed earth rising from the ground to provide cover. The custodians activated their repurposed staffs. Instead of suppressing fundament energy, the inverted devices amplified it, feeding power into the castle's wards, strengthening the root-enhanced barrier until it blazed with visible indigo light, a dome of shimmering energy arcing over the entire castle and grounds, beautiful and terrible and solid, a wall of compressed reality that made the air itself feel denser. Ron was beside Harry, wand ready, his jaw set and his blue eyes clear. Hermione was on Harry's other side, her posture the focused, coiled readiness of someone who had practiced every defensive spell in the curriculum and several that weren't. Ginny stood behind them, her red hair vivid against the gray morning. Neville was there, his wand steady for the first time Harry could remember, his face calm with the specific peace of someone who had accepted what was coming and chosen to meet it. The giants reached the ward boundary first. The largest, 25 feet tall, carrying a club that was essentially a ripped-up tree, swung at the barrier with a blow that would have shattered stone. The ward didn't shatter, didn't crack, didn't even vibrate. The giant's club struck the root-enhanced barrier and stopped. The kinetic energy absorbed, dispersed, returned to the fundament. The giant staggered, confused, and swung again. Same result. The barrier was not a wall that could be broken. It was a fact that could not be argued with. 3 more giants joined the assault, pounding the ward with coordinated blows. The custodian staffs hummed, channeling wellspring energy into the barrier, reinforcing it, keeping it solid. Seraphina stood among her operatives, directing, her silver hair whipping in the wind generated by the impacts, her face focused and fierce. Death Eaters added their fire, curses, hexes, blasting spells, hammering the ward in a continuous barrage. The barrier held. Green light, red light, purple light splashed against the indigo dome like paint against glass, and the defenders behind it watched with growing confidence as the most feared army in the wizarding world threw everything it had at Hogwarts and achieved nothing. Then Voldemort stepped forward. He moved through his own army like a knife through cloth, Death Eaters parting before him, giants shuffling aside. He walked to the ward boundary and stopped, and Harry felt his presence through the fundament, the cold, massive, decaying weight of a mind that had lived too long and broken itself too many times. Voldemort raised his wand and spoke a word. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't any incantation Harry recognized. It was a word in a language that predated language, a syllable of pure dark intent that struck the ward not as magic but as meaning, the concept of negation, of unmaking, of the void that existed before creation and waited patiently for creation to exhaust itself. The ward cracked. Not much. A hairline fracture, a thin line of darkness in the indigo dome, barely visible. But it was there, and through it cold air rushed in, and the defenders felt it, the chill of the void, the promise of destruction, the breath of something older than the fundament itself. Entropy. The ward was made of creative energy, of the force that built and sustained. And Voldemort, who had spent his entire life in the service of death and unmade his own soul in its pursuit, had become, in his extremity, a conduit for the opposite force, not the fundament. The absence of the fundament, the darkness between the stars, the silence after the last note. Harry felt it hit the wellspring, and the wellspring recoiled. "He's channeling the void," Seraphina breathed, her face white. "Entropy, anti-creation." "How is he?" "He tore his soul apart 6 times," Harry said, understanding flooding him. "Every Horcrux he made, he didn't just split his soul, he put a hole in himself. A gap where something should be and isn't. And now, without the Horcruxes to fill those gaps, he's nothing but holes. He's become a void, a living absence." "Can the ward hold?" Harry looked at the crack in the dome. It was spreading slowly but visibly, dark lines radiating outward from the point where Voldemort's word had struck. The custodian staffs were screaming, dumping power into the ward, but the void ate the energy as fast as it was supplied. You couldn't fill absence with presence. You couldn't light a darkness that consumed light. "No," Harry said, "the ward can't hold, not against that." He looked at his friends. Ron steady, Hermione ready, Ginny fierce, Neville calm. "So we go to him." Harry stepped forward. The ward parted before him, not breaking, opening, the fundament recognizing its conduit and making way, a doorway in the indigo dome that sealed behind him as he passed through. He walked out onto the open ground between the castle and the army, and the morning light caught the scar on his wrist and set it blazing, and every eye on the battlefield turned to watch. Voldemort saw him and went still. The word of entropy died on his lips. The crack in the ward stopped spreading. They faced each other across 100 feet of Scottish hillside, the boy and the monster, the conduit and the void, and between them the air itself seemed to hold its breath. "Tom," Harry said. The name landed like a blow. Voldemort flinched, actually flinched, his red eyes flickering with something that might have been memory, might have been pain, might have been the last remnant of the boy who'd sat in an orphanage 60 years ago and wanted nothing more than to be special. "You dare. I've always dared. That's the difference between us." Harry walked forward, slowly, deliberately closing the distance. "You made yourself into this. You broke your own soul, drove hooks into reality, turned yourself into a void because you were too afraid to die. And now look at you. You're dying anyway. You can feel it, can't you? Your body failing, your magic fraying, everything you built crumbling because the foundation was always rotten. I am Lord Voldemort. The scream tore across the hillside, raw with rage and terror. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. I conquered death. You ran from death. You never conquered anything. And now death is catching up, and you're standing in a field with an army at your back trying to break into a school because somewhere in that ruined mind of yours you still think power can save you." Harry stopped, 50 feet between them. "It can't." Voldemort attacked, not with a spell, with the void. He opened himself, opened the gaps in his soul where the horcruxes had been, and through those gaps the darkness poured out, a torrent of entropic energy that devoured light and warmth and magic, that turned the grass black and the air cold and the morning dark. It hit Harry like a wall of nothingness, absolute negation, the end of all things. Harry met it with the fundament. The collision was visible, a shockwave of light and darkness, creation and entropy blooming from the point of contact like a new star being born. The ground shook. The air screamed. Death Eaters were thrown backward by the force of it, giants stumbling, dementors scattering. Behind the ward, defenders braced themselves as the dome vibrated with harmonics that were felt in bones and teeth. Harry stood at the center of the storm and pushed. He didn't push with magic. He pushed with the root, the raw creative energy of existence, the force that had ignited the first stars and filled the void with light and breathed life into dead matter. He pushed with everything the fundament had given him, everything he'd learned and earned and become in the 3 months since his wrist had split open in a park in Surrey. He pushed with the memory of his parents' sacrifice and his friends' loyalty and the fierce, stubborn, unbreakable conviction that life was better than death, that love was stronger than fear, that creation would always, always outlast the void. Voldemort pushed back. The void screamed from his open mouth, his outstretched hands, the holes in his soul. He was channeling entropy the way Harry channeled creation, not controlling it but becoming it, letting the darkness flow through him because he had nothing else left, because the boy who'd been Tom Riddle had hollowed himself out so thoroughly that there was nothing inside but absence. But absence is not strength. Absence is absence. A hole can consume, but it cannot create. A void can devour, but it cannot build. And the fundament, the root beneath the root, the first breath, the force that had existed before the void and would exist after it, was not just stronger than entropy. It was what entropy wasn't. Harry took a step forward, into the torrent, into the darkness, into the void that Voldemort was pouring at him with every ounce of his being. Another step. The void screamed against him and he burned through it, his wrist scar blazing like a star, the fundament roaring through him with a force that made the ground crack and the air ripple, and the sky itself seemed to lean down closer, the universe watching, holding its breath. Another step. Voldemort's red eyes went wide. The void was failing, not because Harry was overpowering it, but because the fundament was healing it, filling the darkness with light, mending the absence with presence, doing what the root had always done, creating, sustaining, making the universe more rather than less. Harry reached Voldemort. They stood face to face. The void and the light, the broken soul and the whole one. The man who had spent his life running from death and the boy who had died and come back, who had seen the root from the other side and been told you are not finished. "Let go, Tom," Harry said. "It's over." "I can't." Voldemort's voice was a whisper, and for one instant, one shattering, terrible instant, the mask was gone, the Dark Lord was gone, and what was left was just a man. A broken, terrified man who had destroyed himself in the pursuit of immortality and found at the end that he had only achieved a longer, more agonizing death. "I can't. If I let go, I die." "You're already dying. You've been dying since the first Horcrux. You just didn't know it." Voldemort's wand shook in his hand. His red eyes were bright, too bright, fever bright, the light of a mind coming apart at its seams. "Then I'll take you with me. If I die, everything dies. I'll open the void so wide that nothing survives. Number you won't." Harry raised his left hand and placed it on Voldemort's chest. The fundament flowed, not as a weapon, not as an attack, as a gift. Harry poured creation into the void, poured light into darkness, presence into absence, life into the hollow shell of a man who had forgotten what life felt like. The root energy flooded through Voldemort's body, through the gaps where his soul had been, through the emptiness that had defined him for half a century. Voldemort screamed, not in pain, in feeling. The void that had replaced his capacity for emotion was being filled forcibly with the raw material of existence, and for the first time in 50 years, Tom Riddle felt something other than hunger and fear. He felt the morning air on his skin. He felt the grass beneath his feet. He felt the warmth of the light and the cold of the wind and the vast, heartbreaking beauty of a world. He'd spent his life trying to dominate instead of experience, and he felt with the shattering clarity of a man seeing truth for the first time the full weight of what he'd done. Every murder, every torture, every broken life and destroyed family and extinguished future. Not as abstractions, not as statistics, but as realities, lived experiences, each one a universe of pain that he had caused through his refusal to be human. The scream became a sob. Voldemort, Tom Riddle, fell to his knees. His wand dropped from nerveless fingers. The void collapsed. The entropy that had been pouring from his broken soul ceased as the fundament filled the spaces where it had been, not with soul fragments. Those were gone, destroyed, but with the simple, raw, creative energy of existence. It wasn't healing. It wasn't redemption. It was something more fundamental than either, a return to baseline, a restoration of the capacity to feel, to know, to be. And for Tom Riddle, who had spent 50 years as a void shaped like a man, it was too much. His body, already failing, couldn't sustain the sudden influx of life force. His magic, already fraying, unraveled under the strain. He looked up at Harry with eyes that were no longer red. They were dark, dark brown, the color they'd been when he was a boy in an orphanage, before the first murder, before the first Horcrux, before the long descent into monstrosity. "I'm afraid," he whispered. "I know," Harry said. Tom Riddle closed his eyes and died, not violently, not spectacularly. He simply stopped, his breath, his heartbeat, the animating force that had kept him going long past the point where nature should have reclaimed him. He collapsed slowly, crumpling like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and lay still on the Scottish grass. A thin, broken man in dark robes, and the morning light fell on his face and he looked, in death, almost peaceful. The battlefield went silent. 100 Death Eaters stared at the fallen body of their master. 40 giants shifted uncertainly, the driving intelligence behind their assault suddenly absent. The Dementors, the cloud of them that had darkened the sky, wavered, their purpose gone, their commander dead. Harry raised his left hand and let the fundament speak. The light that poured from his wrist scar was not violent. It was not a weapon. It was a declaration, a wave of pure creative energy that swept across the battlefield like sunrise, warm and golden and undeniable. Where it touched the Dementors, they burned, not screaming, not thrashing, just dissolving. The voids that comprised them filled and erased by the overwhelming presence of the root. Where it touched the giants, they stopped, not harmed but calmed. The magical compulsion that had driven them to violence washed away, leaving them confused and docile. Where it touched the Death Eaters, it did nothing but illuminate, showed them clearly in the bright morning light, the body of the man they'd followed and the army they'd joined, and the choice they now faced. Some ran. Some dropped their wands and surrendered. A few, the fanatics, the true believers, tried to fight, and were met by the defenders pouring through the opened ward. Aurors and Order members and Hogwarts professors who had been waiting behind the shield and now surged forward with the pent-up energy of soldiers released. The Battle of Hogwarts lasted 23 minutes. It was barely a battle. Without Voldemort, without the Dementors, without the compulsions driving the giants, the Death Eater army was a body without a head. Kingsley's Aurors moved through them with professional efficiency, binding, stunning, disarming. McGonagall led the professors with a ferocity that would become legendary. Harry saw her transfigure a Death Eater's wand into a rubber chicken at 30 paces, which was somehow more devastating to morale than a stunning spell. Ron coordinated the student defenders from the castle steps, his voice carrying clear and confident across the grounds, directing groups to cover gaps and intercept runners. Hermione worked alongside the custodians, adapting their amplification staffs into localized shield generators that protected groups of defenders from stray curses. Ginny dueled 3 Death Eaters simultaneously and won, her bat bogey hexes achieving a legendary status that would persist in Hogwarts lore for decades. Neville, quiet, steady, brave Neville, faced down a giant that had broken through a defensive line, planted his feet, and cast a spell that none of them recognized, a burst of golden light that struck the giant in the chest and brought it to its knees, sleeping like a baby. "What was that?" Harry asked him later. "I don't know," Neville said, looking at his wand with mild bewilderment. "I just needed it to sleep and the spell was there." "The castle," Hermione said. "The wellspring. The fundament is so saturated in the grounds right now that it's responding to intent. Neville needed a spell and the root provided one." "Brilliant," Ron said. "Terrifying," Hermione said. "Both," said Neville. The morning was well advanced by the time the last Death Eater was subdued. The grounds of Hogwarts were scarred, scorched grass, cracked earth, the debris of battle, but the castle itself was untouched, the root-enhanced wards having held against everything that was thrown at them. The Forbidden Forest was intact. The lake was calm. The sky, cleared of Dementors, was a brilliant, aching blue. Harry stood in the great hall, which had been converted into a triage center. Madame Pomfrey moved between the injured with her characteristic brisk efficiency, aided by a half-dozen healers from St. Mungo's who had arrived by emergency flu. The injuries were mostly minor cuts, bruises, a few broken bones, the aftereffects of dark curses. No one had died. No one on their side. No one except Tom Riddle. Harry looked at his hands. They were still glowing faintly, the fundament settling slowly back to its resting state, the vast power that had poured through him during the confrontation gradually returning to the wellspring. He felt tired, not the bone-deep exhaustion of the Horcrux destruction, but the clean, honest tiredness of a job completed. Sirius found him by the window. His godfather had a cut above his eye and scorch marks on his robes and the wild, exhilarated look of a man who'd been set free from every prison simultaneously. "You okay?" Sirius asked. "Yeah, I think so. You killed Voldemort." "I didn't kill him. I gave him back the ability to feel. His body did the rest. It was too damaged to sustain itself once the void collapsed." "That's almost kind." "I didn't mean it as kindness. I meant it as truth." He spent 50 years as an empty shell. In the end, the most devastating thing I could do to him was give him back his humanity for 30 seconds. Sirius looked at him with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read. "Your mother," he said quietly. "Lily, she would have done the same thing. Given the choice between destroying her enemy and making him feel, she would have chosen feeling. Every time." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked it away. "Don't make me cry in the Great Hall. I've got a reputation." Sirius laughed and pulled him into a hug that was mostly bones and fierce, uncomplicated love. Serafina Vos found him in the afternoon. The battle was over, the cleanup underway, the political machinery already beginning to turn. Kingsley had sent word to the ministry, and a delegation of officials was expected by evening. And the Daily Prophet had somehow already published an evening special edition with the headline, "He who must not be named is dead. Harry Potter, DEFEATS Dark Lord at Hogwarts." Harry was on the battlements, his thinking place, his quiet place, the high stone walls where the wind was clean and the view was endless. Serafina climbed the stairs and stood beside him, and they looked out at the mountains together. 14 casualties among my operatives," she said. "Broken bones mostly. One severe curse wound. No fatalities. I'm glad. The council has been in emergency session since dawn. The news of Voldemort's parasitism of the fundament damage has shaken them. Several members have tendered their resignations. Others are calling for a complete review of custodian doctrine. And you," she was quiet for a moment. The wind moved her silver hair. "I've spent my entire career preventing what happened here today. A conduit accessing a wellspring, channeling the root through a human body, wielding the creative energy of existence as a weapon and a shield and a tool for change." She paused. "And it worked. Not perfectly, not without risk, but it worked. You used the fundament to end a Dark Lord, destroy his immortality, protect a school full of children, and win a battle that should have been unwinnable. Everything I was trained to prevent turned out to be exactly what was needed. That must be difficult. It's excruciating." A beat. Then, to Harry's surprise, she laughed, a short, sharp sound, rusty with disuse, as if she'd forgotten how. "And also liberating. There's a freedom in being wrong. It means the world is bigger than I thought." She reached into her robes and produced a small, flat case. Inside was a crystalline disc about the size of a galleon, etched with symbols that Harry recognized, the same script as the wellspring chamber, the same language as the Akanasset scroll. This is a custodian archive crystal. It contains our complete records on the fundament, 4,000 years of observation, documentation, and analysis. Theories, histories, sensor data, accounts from previous conduits, everything we have. She held it out. It's yours. Harry took it. The crystal was warm in his hand, humming with stored information, a library compressed into a disk. Why? Because you've earned it and because you'll need it. She met his eyes. Harry, the fundament is waking up, not just here, globally. The wellspring activation, the Horcrux destruction, the battle today, it sent ripples through the entire root network. Our sensors are registering increased activity on every continent. Wellsprings that have been dormant for millennia are stirring. And other conduits. We've detected 3 potential awakenings in the last 48 hours. One in Peru, one in Japan, one in the Sahara. People with dormant connections to the root beginning to activate. Your awakening triggered a chain reaction. Harry looked at the crystal in his hand. 3 more conduits. 3 more people waking up to a power that would change their lives, that would connect them to the foundation of reality, that would make them targets for every force, political, magical, institutional, that feared what the fundament represented. They would need help. They would need guidance. They would need someone who'd been through it, who understood what they were experiencing, who could stand beside them and say, I know what this is. I know what you're going through. You're not alone. I'll find them, Harry said. Serafina nodded. I thought you'd say that. They stood on the battlements together, the custodian leader and the boy who had broken every rule her organization existed to enforce, and watched the sun begin its long descent toward the mountains. The custodians, Harry said. What happens to them now? We adapt. We've spent 4,000 years guarding against the fundament. Perhaps it's time we learn to work with it instead. She glanced at him. If the conduit is willing to teach us. I'm 15. I'm not a teacher. You defeated the most dangerous dark wizard of the age, destroyed 6 Horcruxes, activated an ancient wellspring, reformed a 4,000-year-old institution, and saved a school full of children. At 15, when you put it like that, it sounds impressive. It is impressive. Don't let it go to my head. She almost smiled, almost. Harry found his friends at sunset. They were in the Gryffindor common room, Ron on the couch, Hermione in the armchair, Ginny on the floor, Neville by the fire, Luna in a chair she dragged from the Ravenclaw common room because she said it had better energy. They looked tired, they looked battered, they looked alive. Harry sat down among them and didn't say anything for a while. He didn't need to. The fire crackled, the common room glowed. Outside the windows, the sky turned from blue to gold to crimson, and the castle hummed around them, warm and ancient and whole. So, Ron said eventually. What now? Harry looked at the archive crystal in his hand. He looked at the scar on his wrist, pulsing with its steady, warm, indigo light. He looked at his friends, these ridiculous, brave, brilliant, infuriating, irreplaceable people who had stood beside him through everything, who had followed him into darkness and fought their way back to light, who had never once, not once, let him face the world alone. He thought about the other conduits waking up across the globe. He thought about the wellspring stirring, the fundament flowing more freely than it had in millennia, the world changing in ways that no one could predict and everyone would have to navigate. He thought about the future, not as a threat, not as a prophecy, not as a destiny imposed on him by forces beyond his control. As a choice, his choice, made freely with open eyes and a full heart, with the power of creation humming in his bones and the people he loved within arm's reach. Now, Harry said, we find out what happens next. Ron grinned. Together, obviously. Good, because I am not letting you do the impossible without me. I've got a brand to maintain. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ginny laughed. Neville smiled. Luna hummed something that might have been a lullaby or might have been an ancient root frequency harmonic, and knowing Luna, it was probably both. Harry Potter sat in the Gryffindor common room with his friends around him, and the evening light streaming through the windows and the fundament singing in his blood, and he looked out at the horizon, vast and gold and full of possibility, and he smiled. Because for the first time in his life, the future felt like something he was choosing. Not something being done to him, not a prophecy to fulfill or a destiny to endure or a war to survive. A choice, a path, an adventure that he would walk with his eyes open and his head up and his friends beside him. The root beneath the root pulsed in his wrist. The stars were coming out, one by one, bright and ancient and patient. Somewhere in Peru, a woman was staring at a mark on her skin and feeling the first tremors of something vast. Somewhere in Japan, a man was watching cherry blossoms bloom out of season and wondering why. Somewhere in the Sahara, a child was drawing symbols in the sand that she'd never been taught, and the sand was glowing. The world was waking up, and Harry Potter, the boy with the second scar, the conduit of the first breath, the carrier of the root beneath the root, Harry Potter looked at the horizon and felt the future calling, and he answered. Not with fear, not with duty, not with the grim resignation of a boy who'd been chosen for a fate he never wanted. With joy.